You ready? Ready. Okay. Welcome, everybody. Calling our June 11th Truckee Town Council meeting to order. Kelly, roll call, please.
Councilmember Henderson?
Here.
Vice Mayor Zabriskie?
Here.
Mayor Pallavi?
Here.
Councilmember Klostad?
Here.
And Councilmember Romack?
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. If everybody will please join us rise and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. We're going to move right into public comment. If you have a public comment, please come up to the dais right up here on our right. It's an opportunity for members of the public to address council on items not on tonight's agenda. Please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes. We will not be taking action on any of those items, but we will be absolutely acknowledging your comment and appreciate you standing up here. Your 3 minutes is over here on your right or left. And again, just please state your name so we can have it. So hit the microphone so it's green. Thank you.
Christopher Terrell. Hi. Bike trails have progressed enormously in the past 20 years in Truckee, thanks to the initiative of Truckee Trails and other community leaders, which has been great news for recreational cyclists. But cycling as a means of transport requires that we connect our schools, grocery stores, and libraries with a protected bike lane. It is the only way to properly provide for cycling as a means of transportation. In Truckee's 2040 plan, I don't see a protected bike lane running the length of Donna Pass Road, the spine that connects our town from end to end. My proposal is to start with a protected bike lane that runs from Northwoods Boulevard on Donna Pass Road to the intersection with 89 near the DMV, a two-way protected bike lane that is added to the south side of the street. This section contains only a handful of parking spots. Donna Pass Road has 3 lanes, so ample room to increase the room we dedicate to cyclists without altering the two-way flow of vehicle traffic. This would connect our Truckee High School, Truckee Elementary School, Sierra Expeditionary School, Wild River Waldorf School, grocery stores, New Moon, Safeway, and Grocery Outlet. I guess my comment is simply I'd love to see a protected bike lane on Donna Pass Road, and that'd be one section we could think about. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chris. And thank you also for your email. I apologize for my very delayed reply. I will do that at some point soon. Sorry, but thank you for your public comments.
Okay, it's green. My name is Michelle Prestowitz. I'm a project director at the Truckee River Watershed Council and also facilitating the Donner Lake Interagency Partnership for Stewardship, or DIPS. No one was able to be here at the last town council meeting, but I just wanted to formally say thank you very much for including the Donner Lake Bank Restoration Project in the operating budget for next year. So thank you very much to the town, to the staff for the support, and to town council's consistent support of the Donner Basin and the work that DIPS is doing in that area. And just wanted to come personally to say thank you. That's it. And I understand that you can't have, there's no discussion at this point, but always open to questions in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle.
Good afternoon, Council. This is my second time at this podium today. It's very strange. Anyway, I'm Barney Dewey, and I'm here to announce my candidacy for the Truckee Donner PUD Board. My website is electbarney.com. My primary goal for the PUD is to guide its progress toward 100% renewables. However, I do not want to burden our residents here in Truckee with excessive rates. Currently, Truckee has some of the lowest electric rates in the state, and I want to keep it that way. Second, I want to lead the PUD to make some smart infrastructure investments that could reduce long-term outages, especially during the fire season. I support utility-wide battery backup, not only just for backup, but also to lower the cost of delivering electricity in the peak hours. And we also need to make some thoughtful investments going forward on our water infrastructure. And third, I really want the PD to be closer in partnerships with the town and the other agencies. We need to work together to deal with power outages when they happen. We need to reduce our exposure to wildfires, and we need to work together on building codes that make more sense and are easier to implement. So I want to help manage our transition to renewables, and I don't want to make anything more difficult for the locals who are already feeling the pinch. I'm confident we can do what's right for the planet and the people of the town if we manage the progress in a way that's best for Truckee. For more information about me and what I want for Truckee, please go to my website, electbarney.com. Thank you.
Thank you, Barney, and good luck this November. You're welcome. Any other public comment this evening? Seeing none, we will close public comment, and we are going to do a proclamation for Bike Month. So Joe Thomer of B-Cycle, come and meet me up here at the podium, and we will do the Bike Month proclamation. Yes, and whoever else is with you, please.
And Mayor, I have a few slides, if that's okay. Okay, and they are a few, and I will rip through them. Good evening, Council. Your Honor, I'm Alfred Knotts, Transportation Program Manager. And just want to give a little more history of the Bike to Bike Month, which is used to be bike to work, bike school, bike play. Now it's just bike everywhere. So started with the League of American Bicyclists in 1956 here. We started the challenge regionally, actually, when I was at TRPA, the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency, trying to get everybody together when we got our first regional bikeway master plan done when we became, meaning the TRPA, became a metropolitan planning organization. So really bringing the collective communities together and jurisdictions, and also pulling Truckee in as well, and making this, again, a regional effort, and getting people essentially just on their bikes. We did transition this from May to June. Historically, it was that's the national day month is May. We had several years of inclement weather, so we decided to push it to June, and we are in a good place for people to get out on bikes now. Annually, we have about 300 participants, and about 4,000 miles are biked in a month, and I do have some new data from last year as well. So the objective really is very simple. It's really to make everyday bike day. So we don't want to overcomplicate this. So we do want to create visibility, awareness, both for users of the bicycles, but also users of the road, all users. Just visibility and seeing people out there is always a great thing. Promote economic, environmental benefits and health benefits. Essentially the most efficient way to travel, either by foot or by bike. Those are the two most efficient ways to travel. And in 2023, we had these stats here. We had 7,100 trips made. There was over 52,000 miles ridden in that month, and over 3 million vert of elevation gained through the efforts of everybody biking. This year, we've done a little bit of a sub-regional effort. We do want to be part of this larger Tahoe effort, but again, we are our own little town here on the other side of the basin here. And some of those other stats, those can be a little daunting sometimes for people to log on every day and see how far you can ride, how high you can ride. So we wanted to make it a little more fun. So we created this bingo challenge, if you will, and also some of these Bike Month events as well. And we have a bike kitchen coming up on the 12th where people can bring their bikes to Alibi and get it worked on and get simple maintenance done. And then we have a Bike Everywhere Day on the 26th, and that will be between 2:30 and 4:30 at Regional Park, and then also 3 to 6 at Eagle Plaza. And we'll have a bunch of different events and just get-togethers as well. And so the bike challenge, people can go to Keep Truckee Green and download this bike bingo card. It really is to go out and explore our own town, and I'll be very honest. Last week we did this little bike tour of our own departments, engineering and transportation, and I was on a lot of trails over at Gray's Crossing I never even knew existed, and I'll be straight up honest about that. So it was a great eye-opener for me. And there's a lot of other different little things to do on here to really just enjoy the town on a bicycle. We also are pushing awareness of our etiquette and being safe and our 15-mile-an-hour speed limit. Me and Councilmember Romack were on the radio this morning as well, making everybody aware of the bike challenge as well as our etiquette and our safety as well, and as well as the bike share program as well, and just all the opportunities there are to bike within our wonderful community. And here's all of us dorking out in town last week. It was a very, very fun day. It was very cool. So I'm glad we got to go out and do that. And we like to practice what we preach also. So just wanted to share that. And I will live up to my promise and move on here. So that is the end of my presentation.
Thank you, Alfred. I will read our proclamation for Truckee Bike Month, or excuse me, just Bike Month here in Truckee. Whereas the Truckee Town Council's transportation and sustainability related goals are to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and vehicle miles traveled through utilization of alternative modes of transportation, including bicycle travel. And bicycling is a viable, healthy, and environmentally sound form of transportation and recreation supported by the town's newly adopted general plan, Trails Master Plan, and the Nevada County Active Transportation Plan. And whereas B-Cycle, in partnership with the town, has launched the Truckee B-Cycle Bike Share Program, resulting in over 4,000 bicycle trips, over 24,000 miles ridden, and an estimated elimination of 22,000 pounds of emissions to date. And whereas Truckee's transportation network consists of miles upon miles of trails, bike lanes, bike routes, and collectively serves cyclists and pedestrians throughout the year, thereby improving the health, well-being, and quality of life of citizens, supporting economic vitality, and reducing pollution, congestion, and wear and tear on roads, all the while playing an integral part in connecting citizens and communities. That was an incredibly long sentence. I am not sure that was a sentence. Whereas, to celebrate Bike Month this June, the TRPA, the Lake Tahoe Bicycle Coalition, and other agencies have joined together to sponsor the annual Bike Month and Challenge in the Truckee-Tahoe region to promote year-round projects and programs that improve active transportation and safety for all users. And whereas, to celebrate Bike Month in Truckee-Tahoe, the 19th Annual Bike Challenge will be held June 1st through June 30th, and the residents and visitors of Truckee-Tahoe region are encouraged to experience the joys and benefits of bicycling by getting out and going for a ride in lieu of automobile trips. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the mayor of the town of Truckee that June 2024 is recognized as Truckee-Tahoe Bike Month, and we urge all our residents, visitors, and commuters to join me in this recognition. Thank you. And we have Jim and Sawyer from B-Cycle. Joe and Sawyer from B-Cycle. Please say a few words if you'd like, and here you go. Here's your proclamation.
Great.
So,
Thank you. Appreciate
thank
it.
you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you. And it's a pleasure to be here. My name is Joe. This is Sawyer, my colleague. And we're proud to be here representing B-Cycle and our parent company, Trek Bicycles. So we're very excited to start our second season with the partnership with the town of Truckee to be part of the solution for transportation needs. And we're looking forward to having 2 more months on this season than we had last year, and hopefully increasing the ridership this year. And hopefully we could come back a third season with even more bikes and more stations. So looking for this to be a long-term, partnership for all of us. And we're very excited to be in the town, to work with all of you and work with the city, the town. And thank you for the proclamation. And I want a special thanks to Alfred as our partner. He's just a great partner to work with. And I don't think it would be as enjoyable for us and successful as it has been and will be if it wasn't for his partnership. So we don't really thank Alfred for what he does to help us out. Thank you.
Go ride your bike.
Always. Right on. Thanks, you guys. Thanks for being here. With that, we're going to move on to item 5.2. We have Kimberly Parker of Nevada County to present Nevada County's Economic Development Action Plan. Hello. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. Kimberly Parker with the Economic Development Office at Nevada County. I'm going to be very brief and introduce Jerry Azevedo with Integrated Communication Strategies to talk about the plan specifically. I will just say that Nevada County created our office 2 years ago. I was hired to create the office, and one of the important factors was we really wanted to create a action plan that would kind of help bring everyone together in alignment. It is not a county-centric plan, but it is really a region-wide plan. We've been working with a lot of entities both on the West and East County. And so with that, I'll have Jerry come up and share a little bit about the plan.
Thank you, Kimberly. Thank you, Council, for having us here tonight. I recognize time is fairly limited. You have a full agenda, so we will walk through this briskly, and not enough time to present the whole plan, but what we can do is give you a bit of a user guide to what's in the plan, and we encourage everybody to familiarize yourself. It is something that over the next couple of years we hope you'll be hearing more about, in terms of how to get engaged, how the constituencies in your community are getting engaged in this action strategy. So as Kimberly said, Board of Supervisors did approve the plan earlier this year, a couple months ago. And in our view, this plan represents kind of step 3 in Nevada County's approach to being sort of more focused, more intentional about its approach to economic development. The first was creating an economic development department. Number 2 was hiring Kimberly and starting to put staff in place to sort of drive these initiatives. And this, number 3, is developing this action plan. It is not, in the traditional sense, a long-term, a 10-year or even a 5-year economic development strategy. What our direction was as consultants to the county was come in and tell us over a 2-year time horizon a very sort of pragmatic, actionable set of steps that we can start putting into place, because these efforts are still relatively new. We don't want to shoot for the moon yet. We want to start putting foundational pieces in place. And so that was our charge, and that was what we worked with a number of organizations to do. We fashioned this as a playbook, as we call it. Again, not a long-term economic development plan where all the strategies are very concrete and set in stone, and these are the ones we're going to follow, and all we're going to do is monitor these. What we have in the plan is really a menu, and it's a menu of things that allow the county and the town and the cities to be opportunistic, that where the conditions are right, where, for example, there are funding and grant opportunities, or where there are organizations and coalitions of the willing that are ready to push something forward, that there are plays, as we call them, that they can come together and execute over a set time horizon. So we think that that makes communities more nimble, more flexible, and can be more opportunistic to identify and follow opportunities to grow the local economy. And as Kimberly said, really what we were trying to do is find alignment. And alignment does not mean the same. It doesn't mean everybody's going to be doing the same thing. What it means is, what are the things that we can sort of put on the wall as within the county, within Nevada County, all the departments that are working on, whether you're working on housing, whether you're working on roads, broadband, community development, what are the things that we want to focus on internally to be organized around and make a priority as the county? And then between the county and our economic development partners, whether that means ERC, Sierra Commons, chambers of commerce, all of the entities that are in the business of supporting business and growing our local economy, how do we share duties and share information and work together so that we can be efficient? To create alignment, you have to talk to a lot of people. And so part of this planning process was talking to a lot of people from all over the county. And I'll just make a sort of a note here, which is, we heard many, many times early on and throughout the process, this is a big county, and there are big distinctions in what it means to do economic development in the western part of the county versus in the eastern part and in the town of Truckee. So those are differences that we really tried to honor and respect as we went through this, to make sure that we were hearing everybody, not getting in anybody's way, and not disrupting any of the good work that anybody's doing, but really being additive and trying to figure out how to leverage and work together. Based on those meetings, those phone interviews that we did with all of the key informants, as we call them, we came away with long lists of assets in the county, things that were identified as constraints, and then opportunities. And that was a many page memo, but it all got distilled down to this one graphic, which is, it's a SWOT analysis, but we call it a SWOT plus, which is, it doesn't just define strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats, but it says, what do you do with that information? If you have a strength and an opportunity, that's a place where we want to maximize and invest our resources and our efforts together. So again, this is part of the plan. I encourage everybody to spend a little time with it if you have opportunity. Based on strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, where we want to invest, where we want to work together, where we need to make decisions, and maybe things that we want to exit, we came up with 5 focus areas for the 2-year action plan. The first is aligned from what we call a grow from within mindset, build a strong foundation. Sort of traditional economic development is sort of characterized as, we're going to go find that big employer and bring them into our jurisdiction. That's going to grow jobs. That's still an important part of economic development, is we want to look for employers that are looking for a good place to site, find workers, build community. But what we find over and over again is that a more contemporary approach is, your jobs are already here. They're entrepreneurs, they're small businesses, and we want to support and build those up throughout the county and in each community. And because that is a focus of the strategy, we want to focus on services, which is the business startups, how to retain them, how do we get into communication with them so that we find early warning signals when an employer or a local industry sector might be in distress, where they need resources, they need some sort of training or workforce help, that we can, as either the county or our local partners, come in and provide resources, training, grant opportunities, something other kind of supports. Maybe it's regulatory, maybe it's policy, but we want to be in better communication with our industry sectors and our small businesses to figure out what they need and how we can help them. We want to concentrate that in 5 sectors that are named here: IT and advanced manufacturing, healthcare, social services, recreation and tourism, food and ag, and construction. And there are other industry sectors, but those are the 5 we think are the most leverageable opportunities throughout the county, again, with some distinctions. We're going to increase what it is that the county does in terms of trying to provide resources. We're going into a more challenging time economically, but there still are a lot of state and federal resources that are out there on the table that we can try to bring in and steer to the right places. Boost visibility. This is about marketing. This is about Nevada County being a great place to work, live, and play. We know that there are extensive marketing efforts here in the East County that you probably don't want to draw more and more people, but the West County, for example, they think that there is more they could do in recreation and visitation in a very sustainable way. So again, there is a basis for this, which is Go Nevada County, which we think could be leveraged to sort of build up the next step and add an employer element as a great place to site a business and find a local workforce that's talented and hardworking. And then number 5, just additional tools, whether that's training, entrepreneurship programs, local business accelerators, things that bring funding and resources and training together so that businesses can be successful and we can grow them for quality of life, local economy, tax revenue, et cetera. I'm just going to hit this really quickly. Most of these strategies we think are implementable in a 2-year time horizon. Not all of them, but many of them. And we're going to measure them. We've identified some key performance indicators that we're going to be working with partners, starting to bring those partners together on a regular basis for quarterly meetings or monthly meetings, whatever the right sort of cadence is, but be in better communication so that we are working in alignment. And the roadshow, which is this is our kickoff. We'll be in the West County doing some of these same presentations, but just making sure that the jurisdictions are aware of what the plan is, that it's available, that Kimberly is a great partner that is here to help all of the jurisdictions build local community. What we're asking, sort of a bit of a request or an action item for all the municipalities, is collaboration. We know that there's great collaboration that happens already, but that if we're all working together to support businesses, we can be in better communication, and not every layer of government has the same resources. So the county might have some resources that Truckee might not have, and vice versa. And so we think working together. Doing the same on the business retention strategy. What are the pain points? Can we talk together to find out what's troubling our local employers? Is it workforce? Is it finding housing? Probably both of those things. Is it broadband? Actively support our local businesses, continuing the broadband deployment, which we hear is a very significant constraint for businesses and other business infrastructure. And then where we can, building that housing stock, sort of that middle missing housing, which is the thing that is really challenging, as we know, the workforce throughout the county, end to end, in terms of being able to support a family, keep a family local, and find employment that allows them to find accessible housing. So with that, thank you again. I think Kimberly and I are both happy to take any questions that you might have. We invite you to spend more time with the plan. There is an economic development newsletter that we have the plug-in here for that we hope you sign up for, and there are other resources on the county's economic development part of their website as well.
Great. Thank you so much. And if you don't mind just sticking around for like the next 2 agenda items, we try to get through all our presentations, and then if we have any questions or comments, we'll do them all at the same
course.
time. Thank you so
Happy to
much.
do it.
We appreciate that. With that, hand it over to Jen for item 5.3.
Great, thank you, and good evening, everybody. This is our quarterly meeting where we get to announce our employee incentive awards. We had our last all-employee meeting on May 29th. And as a reminder, our incentive awards are something that our employees can nominate each other for. They have to align with our town values of integrity, teamwork, accountability, commitment, and excellence. So our employees write up a nomination request, and then we recognize the employees during the quarterly awards. So I'm going to share the recipients of the incentive awards and what their fellow employees wrote about them and why they nominated them. So first we have Kimmy Bullock, and Kimmy was nominated and recognized for accountability, integrity, and excellence. And the nomination came in reading, "Thank you, Kimmy, for your attention to detail and for taking a pause to realize that something did not seem right about a request to finance regarding one of our contractors. Kimmy noticed a very minor difference in an email address and reported the suspicious email to Chris Hardy, who was able to take follow-up action in the attempted fraud without tipping off the attacker. The town does high-dollar transactions with this contractor, and Kimmy's excellent work potentially saved the town a large amount of money at the very least and a huge hassle in the aftermath of a victimization." So as many of us recall, there was a cyber event that happened a few years ago. We continue to get repeated phishing scams from emails, and all of our employees, we do training consistently for that, but Kimmy was really on top of it to recognize that this was a phishing attempt, and really did save us a lot of, at the very least, hassle had we responded to that. Next, we have Brett Clark, and Brett is in our IT department. And Brett might be the first time, he was nominated twice by 2 different employees for commitment, teamwork, and excellence. So this is the combination of both of those nominations. Brett Clark is nominated for an incentive award exhibiting commitment, teamwork, and excellence. I can give one example of Brett's commitment to his job, but every interaction I have with Brett has been met with a can-do attitude, a smile, and commitment to getting his job done efficiently, responsibly, and promptly. Our entire IT staff is stellar, and there is a way to recognize all of them for their daily efforts in keeping our network safe, reliable, and current. That would be amazing. I'm proposing to nominate Brett because I work with him the most through the help desk ticketing system. Currently, he's been helping me with what should have been a simple task, and council, you will appreciate this. It was your town council events calendar. Well, as a user, anyone can open a shared calendar and save it as a group in their own Outlook shared calendars. The request was to set up a calendar to input council committees and events into one calendar so that any one of you, our council members, could open that calendar and be able to view all the events. Microsoft did not make this an easy task as I set up the known events on the calendar, and Brett has been working with me on making the calendar shareable, all while working with the limitations of Outlook web client and the desktop app. I've appreciated that he's never given up on making this a successful project, and he's never been anything but responsive and helpful and positive. I appreciate him and the rest of our IT staff who has assisted in this small but important project for our council. Brett was also nominated for an Employee Incentive Award for his help to donate 10+ computers to nonprofits and community members who really needed the computers since adopting the new e-waste policy. Previously, we would have just brought these to the e-waste disposal or sold them for a nominal profit. Brett exhibited great teamwork and dedication in getting the equipment wiped in preparation for public use and cataloged so we can most easily offer these to our community partners. Thanks to all of the IT team for taking the extra time to go the extra mile and finding a higher use for our retired equipment and not just going the easiest route of tossing them in the e-waste dumpster. Next, we have a series of awards and nominations for our police department. Every year the police department does a set of Officer of the Year, Employee of the Year, Volunteer of the Year awards. And this year, Officer Robert Yarbar was nominated and received the Officer of the Year award. Throughout Officer Robert Yarbar's time with us, he consistently embodies dedication and impeccable service within the Truckee Police Department. Serving as an FTO, Range Master Dive Team member, and part of the Major Investigations Team and CSI, Rob continually surpasses expectations. His relentless pursuit of leads in investigations, such as his leadership in a recent shooting investigation, showcases his expertise and commitment. Rob also excels in patrol duties, demonstrating a key eye for identifying and addressing issues and actively assisting in peers with numerous arrests and enforcement stops. We commend Robert for his outstanding performance and invaluable contributions. Then we have our Employee of the Year in the Police Department, and that goes to Stephen Kielgore. He's over at our Animal Services Center, and Stephen is a shining example of responsibility and reliability with a contagious and inspiring positive attitude. His eagerness to embrace new projects showcases his drive to learn and motivates his colleagues, fostering a positive work environment. Confronting emotionally charged situations thoughtfully and without judgment, Stephen enthusiastically takes on his role as caretaker too, handling tasks like maintaining bite reports and managing owner correspondence with integrity. His respectful and courteous interactions with community members further enhance his positive impact. Stephen's dedication and willingness to take on extra responsibilities make him an invaluable asset. Congratulations, Stephen, on being named Truckee PD's Employee of the Year. Then we have Volunteer of the Year, and that was awarded to Jennifer Jackson. Since January of 2022, Jennifer was wholeheartedly embraced Truckee, devoting her time to volunteering with the Humane Society and aiding in animal service surgeries. Adding to her multifaceted contributions, Jennifer now holds a part-time role as a parking technician, further showcasing her commitment to enhancing Truckee. Her passion for giving back radiates in every endeavor, illuminating her desire to make our town a better place for all. We're thrilled to welcome Jennifer aboard and eagerly await the continuation of her positive impact on our community. Congratulations to Jennifer on being awarded the Volunteer of the Year for PD. And then we have a unique award to Officer Daniel Moss, who received the MAD, Mothers Against Drunk Driving Award. Since joining the Truckee Police Department, Officer Daniel Moss has consistently demonstrated a strong commitment to removing DUI drivers from our local roadways, a dedication that persists with every shift he undertakes. Pay attention to this number because it's pretty astounding, I think. In 2023 alone, he achieved an impressive 28 DUI arrests in addition to his regular duties as a police officer. It's 28 in 1 year. Dan's steadfast resolve to uphold the values of the police department and protect our community from the dangers of impaired driving is truly commendable and earned him recognition with Mothers Against Drunk Driving Association. As a result, Dan was nominated and selected as an officer recipient of the 2023 MAD Award for Greater Sacramento Region. So congratulations to Dan. And then in our building department, we had our permit techs nominate our building inspectors and plans examiners. So that's Ben Tolan, Bibiano Lopez, Dustin McAllen, for commitment, teamwork, and excellence. The building department administrative staff would like to nominate and recognize the building inspectors, Ben, Bibiano, and Dustin, for this incentive award. These individuals have a diverse skill set, helping out not just with our primary roles, but also supporting the admin team with customer service tasks to manage the influx of inquiries both over the phone and in person. With Ben's knowledge of construction practices and the community, Bibiano's commitment to the job at hand to ensure he took all the calls coming in and help every individual at the counter, even when troubleshooting if he didn't have the answers, and Dustin's big infectious smile greeting the public and creating a welcoming environment, all contributed to excellence in customer service. Having this additional support for customer service duties was a relief, allowing our admin team to prioritize the essential task of permitting without being overwhelmed by the increased workload in the areas. We appreciate their commitment to our department and wish to acknowledge their dedication and support as we move into our busy season. And then last, Chris Hardy, who's with us tonight, was nominated for integrity, teamwork, accountability, commitment, and excellence, all for his work in starting up what we now know as Truckee Tech Teens program in recruiting the Truckee Donner Chamber of Commerce to take the lead on this project so that it would continue into the future. For those who aren't familiar, Tech Teens was a partnership program between the town of Truckee, including Truckee PD, Truckee Airport District, TDPUD, Tahoe Forest Hospital, and the Truckee Chamber of Commerce. 30 high school students applied for the 15 slots that were available. They met weekly in the spring of 2024, and each week one of the participating agencies would highlight the unique technology used in their operations, such as drones, hospital equipment, and the fleet metal cutting machine. This was a major task in support of Council's communication and public outreach goal to engage Truckee's youth. So nice work, Chris. And I hear one of the favorite sessions was how to hack, and our IT team taught that session, so we're growing that skill. But thank you, Chris, for a job well done. And that's all I have.
Great, and yeah. Really great stories, and just shows how amazing our staff is. So thank you to all our staff who's here in attendance, who's watching, who's working every day. We appreciate you very much. So thank you. And you can keep going, Jen.
Okay, I'm going to keep going. I have Alfred stole the spotlight with Joe and Sawyer on all of our Bike Month activities. So just a reminder, Bike Kitchen tomorrow, and then Bike Everywhere Day on the 26th. And then lastly, a huge shout out and appreciation to everybody, the 760 volunteers that participated in Truckee Day, collecting 2.5 tons of litter and trash in our community. So great job to the staff that organized that and helped put that on, and all the volunteers that came out to keep our community clean, as well as a huge shout out to everybody that organized Pride Week, a whole week of events. Sounded like it was a whole lot of fun, great participation, and excited to see that happen for the community. That's all I have.
Great. Thanks, Jen. I think that's the end of our presentations. Yes, that is the end of our presentations. So any council member comments, questions, or follow-up on any of that is welcome. Councilmember Romack, anything to add?
Nope.
Great.
Thank you,
Thank
everyone.
you. Yeah. Councilmember Klostad.
Yeah, I'll just echo your sentiment on our staff. Truly amazing, and I really appreciate all the people that take the time to nominate them so we get to hear these amazing stories. That's also a critical part of this celebration. And lastly, thank you so much for your time and sharing the Nevada County Economic Development Plan. And I'm very excited about engaging East County and really combining our opportunities and looking for those ways that we can thrive together. So thank you.
And Councilmember Henderson.
Nothing additional. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Zabriskie.
Yes, I want to echo the kudos to the staff, and thank you, Jen, for describing the staff members in the way that you did, so we get a deeper appreciation of what they've accomplished for the town and the community. I do have a question and a comment for Nevada County's representative. One question just is, what's meant, if you could come up to the mic, what's meant by advanced manufacturing? What kind of business is that?
You know, it's really light manufacturing. It's, you know, not heavy footprint, but things that are more nimble. We're using CNC machines and other things to make new things. These are maker spaces, or I'd just say, light industrial and products that are more innovative in nature that they're trying to accelerate and bring to market, as opposed to something where it's, heavy manufacturing of some kind, with a big industrial footprint.
Okay. I also want to express my agreement with Councilmember Klofstad about working together, the East and West County. I thought I heard something you said to suggest there could be competition for recreation or tourism dollars. I look at things like the Pine to Mine Trail and all the recreational opportunities I've enjoyed on the east side, and recognize that in terms of outdoor recreation, we're a much higher elevation, and what the east and west side offer, in my mind, complement one another, and we could really benefit through cooperation, which is all to say, don't be shy in reaching out, as Councilmember Klofstad
Absolutely.
suggested.
Thank you for mentioning that. I think, very collaborative. I think part of what was meant by that, and you may know that Nevada County also just recently passed the Recreation Resiliency Master Plan, which is very interactive with both Eastern and Western County. But I think that comment really is reflective. I think the East County is a little ahead of the game. On the West County, you have Tahoe, Visit Tahoe Truckee. You've got kind of destination marketing. Yeah, that's all dialed in with Colleen and that group. We look forward to really working very closely, with what she's doing very, very successfully. But we don't have that on the West County, so we've got a little bit of work to do to catch up.
Okay, don't be shy about trying to catch up.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you bet.
Great, thank you. No further comments from me. Appreciate your attendance here tonight, and thanks to everybody for all of their contributions. With that, we'll move into our consent calendar. We have item 6.1, minutes of our May 28th meeting. 6.2, call of the general municipal election. 6.3, contract award to HF&H Consultants for solid waste cost-based rate reviews. 6.4, approval of the Road Repair and Accountability Act for local streets and roads. 6.5, request for Transportation Development Act funds from the county. 6.6, approve contract award for the Truckee Weatherization Program. 6.7, adoption of resolutions levying special taxes for the town of Truckee community facilities districts, along with the landscaping and lighting districts. 6.8, contract amendment with Man Urushtia Nelson, CPAs and Associates LLP for the creation of financial statements. 6.9, on-call contracts with LSC. 6.10, additional contract authority for legal services. Any member of the council wish to pull anything from consent? No? Good. Staff?
No, Mayor.
Okay. Public? Seeing none. Councilmember Henderson, can I get a motion for consent?
Yes, Mayor. I move that we approve the consent calendar.
I'll second.
And all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Great. Any opposed? Seeing none, consent carries, and we will move right into item 7.1, Town Essential Services, Public Opinion Survey Results, and Direction on November 2024 ballot measure. I'm glad you are already in the position, Alfred, so whenever you're ready, go for it.
All right, thank you, Mayor. Members of Town Council, Alfred Knotts again with the Town of Truckee Transportation and Engineering Division. Here, I don't really have a big preamble. We're going to get right into the results here. And Charles Heath is on remotely here to participate as well. So I will go right into his slide if there's not any other questions or requests.
Take it away.
All right, hearing none. Charles, are you present?
I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right.
And just, I'm on your first slide, so just if you can't see anything, just let me know to proceed.
Okay. Yeah, thanks. No problem. Good evening. I am Charles Heath, partner with Team Civics. We've served as the revenue measure consultants for the town for a good number of years on a number of different proposals. And over the last several months, we've been discussing the potential of a general sales tax. And by general sales tax, I mean funding that would be available to the town that would go to the general fund and to be used for any purpose. This is a common mechanism that cities and towns throughout California use when they have a variety of different funding needs to address over a period of years. And this provides flexible funding for that purpose. The survey that we recently conducted in Truckee is very similar to what we've done prior to other successful revenue measures in the past. So what I'll do tonight is just walk through the results of that survey, talk about what we learned, and then we can discuss conclusions and next steps at the end. So I see the next slide there is up, which is the methodology of the survey. We used largely the same methodology that we've used in past surveys in Truckee, and frankly that we use in other communities around the state. We start by looking at who is likely to vote in the election, where you may put a measure on the ballot in order to understand past voter turnout trends. Based on that, we construct a sample of those voters that we expect to vote in the election of choice. Here we're looking at the November 2024 general election ballot. Obviously, that's a large turnout presidential election general election ballot, and so our sample reflects that. And the key is that we make sure that the demographics of that sample are a perfect mirror of the voters that we expect to vote in that election. So whether you're looking at age or gender or partisanship or any other demographic profile, those are in the same proportion in the sample as they are in the expected voting population. The survey was conducted through several different means. Voters were invited to participate in the survey via emails, text messages, and telephone calls. If they received and responded to an email or a text message, that took them to a PIN-protected website where only one person and the person that was invited can complete the survey. That eliminates the potential for manipulating the survey by sort of stacking the deck. Obviously, those that were contacted by telephone they completed the survey via a professional interviewer. We were able to achieve 404 completed interviews, that meets the academic standard for statistical reliability for a survey of this nature. And that results in a margin of error of a little less than plus or minus 5 percentage points at the 95% confidence level. And what that means is that we can be 95% confident that we got the same results in our survey, plus or minus 5%, that we would have gotten if we had talked to every single one of those likely voters in the community. So next slide, Alfred. So to get the survey started, we asked a couple of general questions just to get people's feelings about life in Truckee and how they're feeling about the direction of the town. As we've found consistently in past research in Truckee, people are very happy with the quality of life. They like where they live and the services that they receive. In fact, when we asked people to rate the quality of life in town, 87% said it was excellent or good. Those are astounding numbers in the current environment where we're seeing some mixed feelings in terms of people's feeling about the direction of communities. We oftentimes see these numbers more like 50-50. So to be at nearly 90% satisfaction with the quality of life, those are very strong numbers. And if we go to the next slide. We asked voters to tell us if you could change one thing about the town, if the town government could do one thing differently, what would you like to see? This was an open-ended question, so people could offer whatever it is that they had top of mind that they would like to see changed. And you can see a couple of themes there in terms of those items that are at the top of the list. One is just the affordability of housing, cost of living. That's a consistent theme we see in lots of communities around the state right now, but certainly something that I know is sort of magnified in your community. Also some concerns around traffic congestion, limiting growth and development, and again, cost of living came up sort of in a different category. Everything else on that list is sort of low single digits, so nothing really standing out, but cost of living, traffic, development seem to be the primary concerns of the community where they would like to see some change. Next slide. So now we're getting more specific in asking about people's satisfaction with the city services that they receive from the town of Truckee. And this is kind of just a more specific version of that initial question related to the quality of life. But again, we see broad-based satisfaction. Here, 79% of people rated their satisfaction as either very satisfied or somewhat satisfied. Again, those are very strong numbers. We see those numbers more like 50-50 split, positive, negative in lots of communities right now, especially some communities in the Bay Area where homelessness and property crime have become issues that are really impacting people's perceptions of city services. So again, these are very strong numbers and consistent with what we've seen in the past in Truckee. So next slide. Now is the point in the survey where we start talking very specifically about a proposed ballot measure and collect people's opinions on their potential support levels for that ballot measure. Again, what we're talking about here is a general sales tax. So the funds by law can't be earmarked for specific purposes. That would become a special tax that would require a 2/3 vote. General taxes only require a simple majority support level from the public. And what you're seeing on your screen there is the mock-up of the ballot question that we tested with voters. It meets all the legal requirements for a ballot proposal. The bolded language at the beginning is a title that is meant to convey kind of the essence of the proposal. The bolded items are examples of how funds might be spent. Again, we're talking about a general tax, so you can't earmark those funds. And then the last item there you can see makes clear that it's for general government use. Again, not earmarked for specific purposes. And here we're talking about a 0.5% increase in the sales tax rate that would generate about $3.5 million annually. And this proposal here would last until ended by voters, meaning that it would be in place until there were a proactive effort to repeal that tax. And when we posed that question to voters and asked them, if you had to vote today, how would you vote? We found that 54% said they would support the measure. That 54% was split almost evenly between people that said definitely yes and people that say probably yes. Whenever you're talking about a hypothetical measure like this, you will have some voters that sort of hedge their bets and say probably yes. And obviously there's no probably yes box on the ballot. So the job of a campaign, if you were to put this measure on the ballot, would be to consolidate that support. But here at the outset, before we've told anybody about the measure other than what's in the ballot question, we're about 4 percentage points above the passage threshold, which happens to be right around the margin of error for the survey. So here we can kind of assume we're anywhere between 50 and maybe 58, 59% overall in terms of support for a measure. So good place to be out of the gates before people know a whole lot where our head is above water relative to the passage threshold. And next slide, please. So there's a new state law that took effect at the beginning of this year called AB 1416 that changes the rules governing ballot measures in California a little bit. And what it does is it creates the opportunity that on the ballot itself, just below the ballot question, public agencies and supporters and opponents of the measure can list individuals, groups, and organizations that support or oppose the measure. And to get an accurate read of the feasibility of a measure, we have to kind of simulate the impact of that new law. And so we do that in the survey by doing a split sample where half of the voters in the sample received a message at the end of the ballot question that this measure what if you knew this measure was supported by environmentalists, town council members, but no opponents? And that sort of simulates an environment where there's no organized opposition. And then on the other side, in that second sample, they heard about the same potential supporters, but also potential opposition from taxpayer groups and local businesses. And those are some of the groups we sometimes see oppose these types of measures. What you can see here, though, is in either scenario, it really doesn't have an impact on support within a percentage point difference between the two. So it seems that voters are forming their opinion based on the merits of the proposal, not who may be supporting or opposing it. So next slide. So from here, we wanted to talk in more detail about the types of programs and services that might be funded by this tax proposal. And this does a couple of things. One, it educates the respondent about some of the needs that might be addressed, but it also allows us to conduct sort of a popularity contest and understand what the voters' priorities are. So you can see here that at the top of the list, sort of, keeping local parks, recreation, community facilities safe, clean, and well maintained, maintaining those public spaces. That was a top priority for local voters. Very close to that, and actually with even a little more intensity of support, was keeping pollution out of local creeks, rivers, and waterways. We've always seen that sort of environmental protection is a top priority for Truckee voters, and continuing to see that here. preparing for wildfires and natural disasters. But then also you can see a couple items coming up here which have to do with providing transit services, both for seniors and people with disabilities to help them maintain independence, but then also specifically talking about your TART Connect service and the impacts that has for improving mobility and reducing traffic congestion. So those are some of the top priorities that we saw. You can see the full list there. If we go to the next slide, Alfred, from here, we're sort of continuing with the education of the respondent, but now talking more specifically about potential positive arguments that voters might hear. Now we're simulating the campaign environment to see what impact that additional information might have. Same exercise here. We read the potential argument to voters and ask them if they find that convincing or not convincing. And these are ranked in order of the most convincing to the least convincing. You can see that the threat of wildfires, the fact that that risk grows every year, and this would potentially provide funding to help reduce that risk, was a top priority for voters. We also saw that, sorry, this is very small on my screen, the notion that, because it's a sales tax that we're talking about here, these funds would be paid not just by local residents, but also by tourists and those that visit Truckee. And then also the idea of local control, the fact that these dollars 100% come back to the town. They can only be used for town services. They can't be taken away by the state or by anybody else. That notion of local control was really important to your voters. So from there, we've told people a lot more about the measure, and now we circle back to that ballot question again and ask them, now knowing what you know now, how would you vote? And we've seen a nice jump in support. We're now at 61% support, so 11 percentage points above the passage threshold, even when we take into account that plus or minus 5% margin of error. Even at the low end, we're still comfortably above a simple majority. So obviously, if we have the opportunity to communicate positive messaging, describe some of the needs that exist and how the funds would be used, that buoys support. But of course, that's only one side of the coin. And so if we go to the next slide, we also want to simulate what happens if opponents have a voice in the election and communicate some reasons to vote against the measure. So we read to respondents a list of the types of arguments that sort of anti-tax folks and others sometimes use over the course of a revenue measure election like this. And what we see here, the most convincing of those negative arguments is something that we're seeing in lots of communities around California, which is just that with inflation and rising cost of living and some of those economic pressures, some people just don't believe this is the right time to increase taxes. We also looked at the idea that there have been a number of different revenue proposals on the ballot for a variety of different local agencies recently, and that the cumulative impact of those are just enough is enough. We can't keep raising our taxes. That was convincing to voters. And then just the notion that Truckee's already an expensive place to live, and this will just make it that much more expensive. So those were some of the most compelling reasons to vote against the measure. But again, what's really important here is what happens when we come back to that ballot question after people have been exposed to this, and we're at 56% support. So again, stronger than where we started off by a couple percentage points, above the threshold for passage by 6 points, so covering that margin of error. So all in all, not a bad place to be. I will note that when we were looking at the priority programs and services, there's definitely some opportunities to fine tune and improve the ballot question to better reflect the priorities for voters, which is something we would want to look to do prior to placing a measure on the ballot. So just wrapping up with a couple of conclusions, kind of the highest level question here is, do we think that a measure is feasible for the November 2024 ballot? Yes, I believe that a general tax that can be passed at a simple majority is feasible. People are happy with how things are going in the town, happy with the services they receive, but they also place a high level of importance on some of the programs and services that could be funded by a measure like this. The challenges that I think we want to keep in mind is that there is some receptiveness to some of those potential opposition arguments. That does bring support down by about 5 percentage points. So need to keep that in mind, and there would need to be an effort to make sure that the positive side of the equation were well represented in a campaign. AB 1416, that's kind of a new wrinkle here, although your survey research shows that having those supporters and opponents on the ballot doesn't make a big difference. But the last challenge, just to keep in mind, is that we're heading into a fairly tumultuous political season here, lots of unknowns and uncertainties that oftentimes can impact down ballot measures like this. So just want to keep those uncertainties in mind. So just a few final observations and recommendations. Always keep in mind that the survey represents people's opinions on the night that we asked them for them. Survey opinions change over time, and as we get close to election day, some of those external influences could impact voters. As I mentioned, there's definitely an opportunity to fine-tune the ballot language from what we tested in polling to better reflect some of the voter priorities. But communications will be important. We saw in the course of the survey how support grew when people heard more about how the funds would be spent and some of the reasons to support it. So both through informational communication from the town and an independent advocacy effort, we would want to have confidence that the message will get out there. So I think at this point, I'll hand it back to Alfred.
Yes, thank you, Charles. So we have two actions here. One thing I did wanted to move on to, though, is we do have some revised ballot language that we did do some minor tweaks on here. And we just moved a few little words around and did strike some language. But that does differ from what it was in the staff report, and wanted to provide that to you as well tonight. And I will let you take a look at that. They're not huge changes, but they're little nuanced changes for you to contemplate. And I can go back to this as necessary, but did want to get the recommendation in front of you also. And that is to receive the update on the public opinion survey results, which we have done. And then we would have an opportunity tonight to direct staff to return to the next council meeting. This would be the last council meeting before council goes dark in July, but also before there is a deadline to submit materials to the county clerk recorder's office to get this on the November ballot, should council direct staff to do so. And that deadline is July 8th.
You guys good? Great. Thank you. Thanks, Charles. Thanks for being here. We always appreciate all the research and work and great information that you bring to us. So thank you. We appreciate that. Just so everybody also knows, we're going to be taking a few breaks a little bit more often this evening, just to make sure that everybody can stretch their legs, I think. Councilmember Klofstad had some recent surgery, and we just want to respect her healing process. So we're going to try to take a break around 6:15 or whenever is convenient for when we kind of get through some things. So I just wanted to give everybody a heads up on that. But I think we can, at the very minimum, get through questions and public comment, and then maybe we'll take a break right before we get to deliberation. With that, Councilmember Klofstad, do you have any questions for staff or Mr. Heath?
Yeah, just a couple. And I know we've talked about this before, but just make sure we're all hearing it again and on the same page. As a general tax, this needs to be on a general election ballot, correct? It can't be on a special.
That's correct.
That is correct. And in the past, we've talked about the fact that we have this ACA 1 that is on the November 1st ballot that would change that special tax threshold from 67% to 55%. 55%. And that, so then we would, if that passes, there would be the opportunity for this to be a special tax if we so choose to wait.
That is for infrastructure.
Oh, that's right. That's why I wanted to remind ourselves of that. So we can't do it as a special under that because it's specifically for
Right. And also, once you put something on the ballot, you can't change the nature of the tax.
Right, which is why tonight's decision's critical. Yeah. And then that July 8th deadline to get it on the ballot, if we gave staff direction and there was some other information that came up, that's the same deadline to pull it, right? If we had to.
Oh, to remove it from the ballot? Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would assume that, I don't know if we've ever removed a measure from the ballot once placed.
Once it gets on the ballot, we can't really remove it. We can stop, individuals can stop campaigning for it. The town can stop putting out informational material, but once it's on, after a certain point, it's on.
So it's that July 8th.
As far as I know, I mean, we can check with the county to see if there's a different deadline to pull something off.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Councilmember Romack, go ahead.
I have a question on the language estimates. It's around 3.5 million generated. And I feel that was the same metric we saw for Measure U. Just curious, have we seen any changes in sales tax data? Just understanding, is that still kind of what we're expecting if it was a 0.5% sales tax, or would we expect it to be a little more, a little less if sales tax is going down?
That's consistent with what our current estimates would be. It, of course, will fluctuate and change year after year, but that's an accurate estimate.
Okay, thank you. And then, you know, I noticed the language was changed, and I think I heard Charles say it was kind of based on what we heard. Folks were more interested and supportive of funding. I do see also paid by visitors and residents was struck from the new proposed language. Is that more because I know we have a limit in how many words we can use, or I was just curious if anyone has any insight on that.
That was actually my suggestion. I felt it might be confusing because inherently sales tax is paid by everybody who buys anything. I didn't think it added much.
Got it. Thank you, Andy. I appreciate that. That's all my questions right now, but I'll be curious. Other questions and conversation.
Sounds good. Thank you. Councilmember Henderson, go ahead.
Thank you. I think I just have one or two questions. So I know we're talking about a general tax measure, but that said, what are the key items that we would be proposing to fund with this general tax measure, at least over the first few years if it passed by the community? I know we've had conversations around Target Connect and things like that. And I'd just like to know sort of what the priorities would be for the revenue generation.
Well, you as the council would set the priorities for that as a general tax measure. Of course, can be used for any town purpose. The conversations we've had as staff and with the council is TART Connect and continuing and providing a funding stream for TART Connect. You would have some options of expanding that program or that service level if this was approved and placed on the ballot, because we're currently funding that at about $2.6 million. Or you'd have the option to continue funding TART Connect at the current level and perhaps expanding the Emergency Operations Management Division or other town services.
Okay, that's helpful. And then just to confirm, for TART Connect, the roughly $2.6 million annually in costs for that, that's not just the town costs though, right? Like we have some funding partners and that includes them as well, I assume?
That's correct.
Yes. Sorry, Jen.
And whoever wants to answer, just what is the town contribution to TART Connect on an annual basis then, if we're not at the full 2.6?
So this last fiscal year, I believe we were able to garner together about 900,000, and 500,000 of that was from state transit assistance from the Transportation Commission, which really was kind of a one-time. They don't like to fund ongoing operations with that because it's not sustainable. Given the success of the program, they were able to fund that last year. This year, we are not going to probably anticipate that level, so the town is probably at about $2 million of that. We have been able to get the same amount of funding from Visit Truckee Tahoe, and then we were able to get another 150,000, which is a 50,000 above from the hospital last year. So it is about 1.9, which would be coming out of the general fund this year.
Okay. I think that's it. Thank you.
And Vice Mayor Zabriskie.
The polling report did a nice job of answering all my questions. Thank you, Charles.
I just have a couple quick questions. So When we did Measure K, does anybody remember, maybe Nikki or somebody, did we put anything in that ballot language that required any different type of financial reporting in terms of how we budget and report Measure K spending out, or was that done basically after the ballot measure passed? Or did we ever make any formal anything, or did staff just start doing that?
I don't think it was in the ballot language, but the only thing special that we are doing with Measure K is that it goes to our tax spending oversight committee once a year to make sure that it's in line with council's designated priorities for that money.
And has staff been including both income and expenses as separate line items in the annual budget? I believe you have.
Yes.
Yeah. And would we likely continue that should a measure like this pass? Is there any reason why staff wouldn't?
No, certainly in the budget, we would try to point out and highlight what we're funding with the sales tax measure. The oversight committee would be able to acknowledge that we are recording the receipts that are coming in. And then, I mean, it's going into the general fund, so it's a little bit weird to do an oversight of that, but they could certainly do what they do with Measure K, and that it's in line with the language in the ballot measure and council interests.
Great, thank you.
I just
Yeah.
pulled up the Measure K language. We do have some language in there. Just to highlight that, it says with independent audits and all funds spent in Truckee at the end of the measure.
Thank you, Hillary. Appreciate that.
Mayor?
Yep.
Yeah, maybe we should double check this, because my recollection is we had quite a debate about whether we wanted to put this on as a special versus a general tax. And one of the reasons we were persuaded to put it on as a general tax was we did require internal accounting, separating it as a line item.
Are you referring to Measure K or to this measure?
No, to Measure K. That it was not an afterthought. It was something that, in connection with the council's deliberations, we required that there be a separate tracking of the funds to make sure they were going to something more particular.
Yeah.
Yeah, so when we provide you with the budget, we provide an overview of everything that's funded through Measure K, which to this point has been housing. Should this go on the ballot, we would do something similar and point out what you're funding with this measure from an accounting perspective.
And that's why I asked Hillary to pull up the ballot language, because the only thing that was voted upon, shall we say, was going to be the actual ballot measure. I don't believe you can put something into statute prior to it actually passing, basically.
Right. We could not limit the use, so what we did is require that we track it.
Yeah, I don't know that we did that, but we can certainly pull up the minutes from 4 years ago and figure that out.
I could be wrong.
Yeah, I don't recall that we did that, but maybe. Let me get through a couple other questions, and then I know Councilmember Klostad has one more too. Can any amount be taxed? So can it be a third, or does it have to be in 0.25% increments?
As far as I'm aware, it has to be in 0.25% increments.
It has to be in 0.25% increments.
I don't think the state will handle a 1/3% increment.
Great, thank you.
It's 1/8 cent increments, actually.
Oh, 1/8. Thank you, Charles. And then my last question is, I don't know if this is for Charles or maybe for staff, but do we have any language prepared? And I won't go into deliberation. I'm just asking if staff has any language prepared to maybe further refine the transit section of this ballot measure in any way that maybe just reflects TART Connect and microtransit in a maybe more visible way, I guess. To me, it reads a bit vague, is I guess what I'm trying to ask.
Yeah, this is the language that we'd be recommending, so we don't have any revisions.
Great. Thank you. Councilmember Klostad, did you have another question?
I did.
Please.
Thank you. we've had this discussion before too. Our current census showing our full-time population in Truckee is roughly,
It's about 16,100, I believe.
that's what I say, 16,700, I think, somewhere in there.
Yes,
right?
exactly. Yes.
And there was some emergency preparedness report that we were receiving, and I heard a statistic that there were, at one given time, 15,000 people in Tahoe, Donner alone. Was that accurate?
Yeah, Chief, that was 4th of July weekend.
That was after the day after 4th of July last year.
Okay. So roughly doubling the size of our population.
And it was 15,000 vehicles or 15,000?
I believe it was 15,000 vehicles.
So not people, vehicles.
Oh. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Everybody good on questions? By my watch, it's exactly 6:15. So we're going to take a 5-minute break. And as soon as we come back, we're going to open up public comment on this item. So 6:16 now. So 6:21, we're going to be super prompt with these 5-minute breaks. So please, if you're going to the bathroom, go now. Don't stray too far. Thank you. Rory, or I think Rory was back there. Okay. We're gonna thank you. Yep, got you. Sorry. Thank you. We're gonna reconvene. I appreciate everybody's patience tonight. I think we're gonna try to go another about hour and 15 minutes, just so everybody has a good heads up. So maybe around about 7:30ish, we'll take another break. With that, we are done with council member questions. We're on to item 7.1. This is an opportunity. We're going to open up public comment. So any member of the public, if you have a comment on this particular agenda item, you are welcome to join us at the podium. You will also have 3 minutes, and please state your name. This is your chance. Thank you, Chris. Glad you stuck around.
Of course.
Yeah.
Christopher Terrell, $3.5 million for a protected bike lane through the middle of Truckee. I love that idea. Can we make that happen? All right, great. Thank you.
Excellent public comment. Well timed. Any other comments this evening, folks? No? Okay. We're going to close public comment and bring it back to council for any deliberation and or additional questions. Does anybody have any additional questions before we start? I just have one, if you guys will indulge me. Sorry. I forgot to ask it the first time. And maybe I'll just expand and say, maybe I ask staff directly. Maybe I'll ask Charles directly if you'll humor me. So, Alfred, will you go back to the slide with the ballot language? Charles, I guess I'm just wondering, like, how specifically TARC Connect and or the term microtransit pulled, and if, you know, what your thought is as to being a little bit more explicit. I think we've been quite explicit as council over the past 6 months, as this is our second poll, and sort of we've been talking about this probably 5 or 6 times now, and we've been quite explicit, and I'm a bit concerned that this language is not explicit enough. Charles, do you have any comments on sort of how that polled, or maybe why you chose not to include it as part of your recommendation, anything like that you can provide a little color on?
Yeah, no, happy to address that. So first of all, I think it's important to remember that in the context of a general tax, the items that are listed in the ballot question are merely examples of things that the funds can be used for, right? We legally can't earmark those funds, so we're just providing examples. But I do understand that at least in the near term, the town's plan is to spend a good portion of this money on TARC Connect. We tested TARC Connect and microtransit in this survey and in a prior survey. It's not an unpopular program. It's just not the most popular program. So by comparison to some of the other sort of environmental protection type issues, wildfire prevention, those issues just tended to resonate more. So we were just really looking to maximize the strength of that ballot question, provide the most persuasive examples to voters in terms of how the funds might be used. If we were to, adjust the language so that either TARC Connect or microtransit was called out more specifically, I think it would probably modestly soften the strength of support for the language, but not so much that it would undermine the likelihood of passage. Really, the challenge is, we get 75 words and 75 words only. A good portion of the ballot question is legally required, so the number of words we have left to work with is probably more like 20 to 25. So it just becomes a bit of a puzzle to get all the right elements in there. But if you'd like us to take a stab at making those adjustments and bring that back on the 25th, we can certainly work on that.
Great, thank you. That was going to be my next question, was how many words do we have left to work with? So thank you for pre-answering that question. Who's still talking? What? Yeah, there's a delay there. Yeah. Councilmember Henderson.
Yeah, I wanted to follow up on that just to confirm I'm reading the numbers right. So Charles, it looks like in this current survey, 50.3% of respondents were strongly in favor of continuing townwide microtransit. Is that correct? And then I think in the prior survey, which we received on October 10th, it was actually less. It was about 47 or 48%.
You are reading that correctly.
Okay.
I would just point out that, those differences are sort of within the margin of error.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Okay. Let's move into any deliberation. And I guess just as a matter of procedure here, staff's looking for, we've received our update, so that's great. In terms of number 2, are you looking for us to approve the ballot language in front of us, or to approve your proceeding with ballot language, and if we were to provide direction, or do you want us to wordsmith this from the dais? Can you just maybe clarify exactly what you would like us to do?
Probably not best to try to draft a ballot
We don't
language from
want
the
to.
dais. So you can approve the language we've provided. You can provide specific direction to say go back and add more clarity around TART Connect. The first thing is, do you want us to come back on the 25th with this to go on the ballot? So that's question number 1. Question number 2 would be, do you like the language that's presented, or do you want us to go back and rework that with Charles? And if you have some specific thoughts on that, that would be great, but I don't think it would be advantageous for you to try to decide that up there at the dais.
Also, Mayor, if it's helpful, maybe Alfred, if you could pull up the ballot language again. You know, as I look at this ballot language and think about upcoming new things that need to be funded, so, you know, the first top of it, you know, public areas, facilities, parkways, keeping them safe and clean. You know, we got a new park that we're building this summer. That's going to require a lot of maintenance. We've got new public bathrooms that are one that's been installed recently, another one that's going to be installed in the near future as part of the park, and other examples like that. So I do believe, you know, when you look at that first tranche of examples of things that this money would be spent on, that it will be, because those are new maintenance activities that have not been funded in the past. And then also looking down the line about, you know, creeks, waterways, you know, pollution. You know, in your capital improvement program, you've got continued work for creek restoration. You know, that's going to require general fund support. And then kind of the ongoing upkeep of some of those waterways, and the ongoing, you know, maintenance of our storm drain system that's funded heavily from the general fund. So, you know, as I look at the list, I believe that this is representative of the types of things that this new money would help to fund, in addition to continuing TART Connect.
Thanks, Dan. Appreciate that. Okay, Councilmember Klostad, lead us off, if you will.
Yeah, and I'll add to that list our recent addition of the supporting DIPS and the embankment project. We know that organization is going to come up with more projects. We also have our partners here from Parks and Rec, and we'd like to be able to support them in their efforts on the piers and the boat launches. And so there's a lot of things, I think, in this first swath of items. And so just to finish that thought that Dan started, but I want to go back to the discussion of our full-time resident population versus what our second home population and our variety of visitors that come to our area throughout all seasons. It's not just the Monday after 4th of July. It's there is never a day in Truckee where we are 16,100 people. And my point there being that these are all things, we're talking about doing things that are important to our community. And we've struggled with up here ways to further those communities' desires and expectations for us providing. And this is, I see, a really great opportunity for our community to benefit significantly from the tourists and the visitors that are coming up here and spending their tax dollars here, because we provide amazing recreation, we have a beautiful environment, we have a safe community. I mean, they're coming here for all the reasons that, for all the things that town services and our partners in our community provide. So to me, this really makes a lot of sense. I know we up here have struggled with, we would love for this to be slightly different in that it could be a special tax, but it's not in the cards for us to be successful on that. So I feel it's really important that we, and we had that conversation a few months ago, and we've moved forward to gather the information on this, and have now the resources that we need to make the decision to know that this could be very successful for our community as well as our visitors and all of the businesses that they support. So with that, I would like to add my support for answering the first question. Yes, I think we should move forward with something on the 25th. As for this specific ballot language, I'm comfortable with what it is. I'm also fine with hearing feedback from fellow council members. So with that, that's where I stand.
Great. Thank you for being clear, precise, and brief. Councilmember Romack.
Thank you. Well, Councilmember Klovstad said that very well, so I would echo her sentiments, and I'll be brief, even briefer of I support moving this forward, putting it on the ballot so the voters have the ultimate say. But I think this is a great opportunity for continued funding for so many of the important programs and services that people in our community are coming to expect from the town. That's it.
That was even briefer. Thank you. Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you. I've been just kind of jotting down a few things. I'm not going to be quite as brief because I think I'm probably the dissenting view on this one, and I really want to just sort of share why I'm in that place. This one is really, really challenging. I deeply support the goals of this measure, everything that we're trying to achieve through TARC Connect, and some of the other examples that you see up on the ballot language here this evening. That said, I, along with others up here, objected to Nevada County's Measure V tax and it wasn't because we didn't support funding for wildfire mitigation, it was because it was a general tax, meaning there was absolutely no guarantee of how those funds would be used in the future. I'm no less concerned about this being a general tax just because we're taking this decision at the town. This measure doesn't provide any legally binding assurances that our voters' tax money will be used for the purposes for what we're actually talking about tonight, whether that's TARC Connect in the future or any of the, as Russ pointed out, examples here. These are just examples. It's not binding us in any way. I do believe that TARC Connect provides real value to our community. We've seen that. We've seen that in the polling and the results that have, or surveys that have come back on TARC Connect. But what we haven't seen in this polling or the polling that was given to us back in October is that the community actually has a desire to fund this service. What I believe we need to be doing is the hard and necessary outreach and engagement in our community to get us to a place where the majority of the community will enthusiastically support a tax measure that we could structure as a special tax. To me, our goal isn't about driving tax revenue. It's about the best possible services for our community while containing those costs, especially in current economic conditions, and in light of the fact that we have passed 3 other tax measures in just as many years. At the end of the day, if I'm going to support a tax for transportation, I need to know that the funds are going to be locked in for transportation. That's how important it is to me. I'm not going to make a promise to our community that we're going to spend things on TARC Connect when I can't keep that promise past my term as a council member. None of us can do that. And then I also just want to say that something that I do take issue with here is that several items that are proposed as examples in this language are things that our voters already pay for. With Measure U, the recently passed increase of 1/4 to 1/2 cent, sales tax, we included language in that ballot for the preservation of open space along trails. It is also for trails, sir. That generates roughly $3.5 million annually. Measure K was a much smaller tax, and it's a TOT tax, but we asked voters to pay for housing, for open space, and for wildfire mitigation. And then with Measure T, our community pays an annual $179 parcel tax to prepare for wildfires, also listed up here. So I think it's unfair to ask our community to continue paying for things that they ostensibly are already paying for. And for me, again, it really comes down to the fact that we can't guarantee that these funds will be used as we're going out and talking to voters about how they're going to be used. I deeply believe in TART Connect and in many of the other services and opportunities to expand services that we've talked about. I want to provide more services for our community, but I want to do it by containing costs, by recruiting additional funding partners like our special districts who also benefit from TART Connect, and by doing the community outreach to get the majority of voters to the place where they actually want to support it. So again, I'm just going to say, I know I'm probably the outlier here, but it was important for me to sort of state why I'm in that place. I've had a lot of conversations with folks this week about this and hearing from the community. And those concerns are the concerns we see in the polling. It's already so expensive here. You're raising taxes again. This is another tax. So I absolutely support the goals here. I don't support a general tax with no guarantee of how those funds will be spent in the future. I agree it'll allow us to do more as a town if we bring in more revenue, but I also believe it's disingenuous to promise something when we can't uphold that promise.
Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. Vice Mayor Zabriskie.
Those were very persuasive comments for someone who was already philosophically aligned with the idea of a special tax being preferred over a general tax. Some of the things that concern me, in addition to the challenges that Charles pointed out for the potential success of this, is that polling is so high on people's satisfaction with the quality of life here. So I'm not seeing calls from the community for more funding, and the town is financially sound, and the budget forecast shows the town being financially sound in the future. Those things make it problematic for getting this passed. And then I am struck by the tension in the polling between what the public preferences are, which are strongly weighted towards environmental protection, parks, clean water, and outdoor benefits, versus their slight interest in increased public transportation, which to me simply reflects it would take a big education campaign for people to understand that public transportation does help to reduce pollution, both water and air pollution, reduces our need for more pavement. It contributes to environmental protection. But it's difficult to communicate that because those are because they're just benefits that follow from transit rather than being the immediately observable effects. I don't know if the council feels that reducing it from a half cent to a quarter cent would make any difference. I don't know if your questions were directed that way or not. And I don't think any polling was done on different percentages. I don't recall if the earlier poll did or not. Well, if Councilmember Henderson hadn't said all that, I would have said I'm not opposed to the measure, but
that just shows that you kept your open mind until this hearing, which I think is actually, the most appropriate thing you can do. So maybe we'll come back to you on a nice little roll call vote at some point in the next little bit here.
All right.
Does that work?
Yes,
Did you want to add anything else at this point?
Thank you. No.
No. Okay. I'll try to maybe wrap this up. So I'm in support of it, and I want to provide everybody with just a few reasons, both why, but also some things that make me hesitate. First of all, putting another tax on the ballot, I take very seriously. And I want to be clear that all we're doing is putting something on or off the ballot. We are not here saying we're even voting in positive. We're actually, in my opinion, allowing our community to vote on what their priorities are for how their services are provided in this town. That's exactly what we're doing here. So we can disagree with the methodology, but at the end of the day, we're providing our citizens the choice of keeping certain services at levels that we have heard are important to them. And that's what's important to me, is providing that option back to our residents. So I say that for a lot of reasons. We've had a ton of conversations about the unhoused and keeping things clean, safe, well maintained. We've had a lot of conversations about Donner Lake, stream banks, protecting our waterways that aren't a Truckee River, with incredible investment that haven't been discussed. We don't have funding solutions for some of those. Preparing for wildfires and natural disasters, I think that's something that we've continued to talk about in all of the years that I've been here, and we'll continue to talk about and plan for the worst and hope for the best on that front. But by providing more funding to better prepare, I don't think anybody could ever say we were misusing funds in that front. And finally, providing transit. This is really the only place that I just, as you guys gathered from my questioning, I would just personally like to be slightly more explicit. Maybe just adding the word micro in front of transit, even though that's not all it will, or maybe it's providing micro transit and other solutions to reduce traffic. That would be some language that I would really personally be more comfortable and explicit with, because we've talked about it so much, and I think it's important to be as clear with voters as possible while also still planning for success. With regards to the percentage, would I like 1/4%? Would I like 1/8%? I would. And I've said that up here numerous times. I'm a business person. And, this is going to make things ever so slightly more expensive to purchase in our wonderful community. But our community has proven that they are interested in supporting their local businesses. I believe people understand that by supporting their local businesses, that, upwards of 70 cents of every dollar come back into this community through payrolls, through sales taxes, and through so many other things. Whereas by just a slight increase and taking your hard-earned dollars and spending them outside of town, while you might save $1, it doesn't support our community in any way, whether that's through all of those other reasons I provided. So to me, it's not about a special or a general. And I think we had this conversation 4 years ago. We've had it numerous times. And where I continue to come down on this is we don't know what the issues are going to be 5 years from now or 10 years from now. So by providing a general, while it isn't earmarked for a specific purpose, we don't know that the state of California is not going to say, hey, we're going to give every community in the state of California microtransit money in 5 years because we're trying to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. We don't know what's going to happen in 5 years. We're here to say, hey, we've heard our community wants a higher level of service. This is one way we can provide for that. Is it the only way? It's not. Is it going to be the last way? And it's also not. But it's providing that choice at the end of the day to our community. And that's really all we are doing up here. We are providing them with a choice for the level of service that they want to receive as consumers, as visitors, as taxpayers, as residents, for all of those things. And I think that's an important distinction that we all need to make sure we keep in mind. So I am in support. I would like to see just some minor tweaks. I don't know if I'm going to look to you two, because at the very minimum, I know that's where our majority lies. So I would love to just hear any additional thoughts if you're open to some very minor tweaks that more explicitly call out the specific transit solutions. Maybe that's even it. Maybe it's just providing transit solutions. I just want it to be more broad, because to me, it's not providing transit to reduce traffic and keep seniors and people with disabilities independent. I don't think that really encompasses everything that we're doing.
Because I consider B-Cycle part of our transit solutions.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I would agree with that. Transit solutions.
Okay, and Councilmember Romack, you're at least a little bit more open to that. So, so I think there's some majority direction here. I don't know if anybody else wants to comment or if we're willing to make a motion. Vice Mayor Zabriskie, did you want to add anything? You left yourself quite open-ended, so I'll give you an opportunity to come back, and if not, I might look to a motion from my left. And you don't have to say anything. Yeah. Right. Okay. Sounds good. Councilmember Klostad, would you mind providing us with a motion?
So we do need to make a motion to bring this back, because isn't the actual, we're just directing staff to.
You just want a direction? What do you want here?
We do need direction. I think it would be best to take a motion just so we're clear.
Okay. So I move that we direct staff to return to the June 25th, 2024 council meeting with proposed ballot language and all necessary supporting documents required for a ballot measure to be placed on the November 2024 ballot.
I second that.
With some slight tweaks to the language. Is that part of your motion?
That
Yeah.
we've already indoctrinated.
Excellent.
Yes.
Thank you. Kelly, how about a roll call, please?
Councilmember Henderson.
No.
Vice Mayor Zabriskie.
No.
Mayor Pallavi.
Yes.
Councilmember Klostad.
Yes.
Councilmember Romack.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Motion passes. And again, we didn't pass anything other than putting this on the ballot for you all to make the final decision.
And you actually haven't done that yet.
And we haven't done that yet either. Exactly. Thank you for that clarification. Great. With that, we are going to move on. Thank you, Charles, for being here. We really appreciate your support as well. So thank you so much. And thanks to Alfred for the presentation and all the work that you've been doing.
Thank you.
With that, we have Erin making her way to the staff table, and we'll be having a public hearing for the adoption of residential and commercial solid waste collection service rates. Whenever you are ready, Erin, you may begin.
All right, good evening, Council. So I am here to present the proposed fiscal year 24-25 solid waste residential and commercial rates. The annual rate adjustment methodology is outlined in our franchise agreement with Tahoe, Truckee, Sierra Disposal, and was developed by a consultant under contract to the town based on a standard approach to rate setting for solid waste franchise agreements. Each year, rates are set based on either estimated or measured changes in actual costs for providing these services. The index-based adjustment that we are using for this year's estimates estimates year-to-year cost changes using government-provided indices, such as the Employment Cost Index, Consumer Price Index, Motor Vehicle Maintenance and Repair Index, and Fuel Price Index. For fiscal year 24-25, there were some inflationary increases, such as in labor costs and vehicle costs excluding fuel, and some decreases, such as fuel prices. The rate adjustment methodology also considers changes in pass-through costs that are outside of TTSD's control, such as tipping fees set by Placer County and other owners of our processing and disposal facilities, and town-imposed fees that are calculated to cover costs in our operating budget for providing these services. I do want to note that residential and commercial rates are calculated separately based on the costs specific to operating each program. Each year, the town contracts with a consultant to provide an independent review of the rate adjustment calculations and to calculate the final adjustment factors. The full results of that review are included in the council materials. Based on the rate adjustment process and the independent consultant review, these are the calculated rate adjustment factors for fiscal year 24-25, also, which is also rate period 7 of our 10-year franchise agreement. These do not include the town administrative fee, which is calculated separately based on the solid waste fund operating budget. However, the commercial rate adjustment factor does include the town applied AB 939 fee that covers our costs related to commercial program outreach and enforcement. So for this next rate year, we have a 6.63% residential rate adjustment factor and an 8.3% commercial rate adjustment factor. To provide a bit more detail about the residential rate adjustment, the majority of the calculated increase, that 6.63%, is the portion of last year's rate increase that was deferred through use of our reserves to buy down the residential rate. As you may remember, we were facing roughly a 16% increase last year. And so this is the portion of that we deferred to this year to smooth out that impact to residents. The net increase in calculated costs for the residential programs was relatively small, as you can see. There were some inflationary increases, as I mentioned before, but these were largely offset by decreases in estimated fuel costs and the residential disposal and processing costs. This rate adjustment factor is applied to all residential rates, both the base rate for service and extra services such as overage charges and a second can rate. But this rate adjustment factor does not include the town administrative fee, as I mentioned before. So as you will see in a moment, the change in the annual residential solid waste rate will actually be lower than that 6.63%. So this chart displays the annual residential solid waste rate that is collected as a parcel charge along with property taxes. There are two components to that rate. The base rate that's provided to TTSD for the cost of providing collection services, and that is the portion that is subject to that 6.63% adjustment factor, and the town's administrative fee, which is the portion that covers our own operating budget for solid waste services. As you can see, this year's admin fee is a 7.71% decrease from this year's costs, and that is due to increased cost sharing with the general fund as Keep Truckee Green expands its program scopes, a net reduction in staff time allocated to the solid waste program since fiscal year 22-23, and just some cuts we were able to make to our operating budget to reduce costs. So that means that the total increase in the annual solid waste rate will be 5.19% for a total of $486.36 per year. That works out. I do want to note that the proposed rate is lower than the maximum possible amount included in the Proposition 218 notice that was sent to residents as in April, along with the residential services mailer. And that's because we've had some decreases in our operating budget since our initial estimates that we put together in early March. This final proposed residential rate does include two changes since the numbers that were presented to council in the May 28th budget workshop that I just want to highlight. There has been a net reduction in the admin fee since that meeting. And so the two changes were a reduction of $26,000 in consultant costs, since we will not be pursuing franchise agreement amendment to pursue can averaging based on council's direction. And we also did incorporate the increased salary and benefit costs due to the new bargaining group memorandum of understanding. So that annual residential rate of $486.36 per year works out to be $40.53 per month. I do want to point out it is a bundled rate, so that does include a number of services in addition to just weekly trash collection. That includes one recycling cart collected every other week year-round, up to 3 yard waste carts collected every other week May through November, scheduled overages of up to 3 cans each, 4 times per year, free bulky item collection up to 2 times per year, unlimited blue bags collected weekly, cardboard and food scraps drop off, subsidized green waste dumpsters, that's a weekly rental available seasonally, and also seasonal free green waste drop off at the Eastern Regional Material Processing Facility, that's 6 cubic yards a year. So there is quite a lot that is available to residents that is included in that annual rate. And because we've received some comments and questions from residents this year and in previous years about the costs associated with switching to our current 3-stream collection system, I do want to clarify a few things. As outlined in our staff report, implementation of our recycling and organic waste carts as part of this current franchise agreement did result in some significant cost increases. We phased those programs in over the first few years of this franchise agreement to reduce the impact, but we do acknowledge that that did create a sizable increase in rates. As you are aware, there have been several pieces of statewide legislation that have changed the requirements for jurisdictions operating solid waste collection programs, most notably SB 1383. And that law requires all California jurisdictions to provide a 3-container collection system for both residential and commercial generators, using separate hauler-provided containers for trash, recycling, and organic materials, or to pursue an alternative compliance strategy, such as use of a high-diversion organic processing facility. So at the time of this new franchise agreement back in 2018, no nearby facility met these requirements. Pursuing such an alternative compliance strategy would require investing in processing facility upgrades, and we would still have to provide a 3-container collection system for the commercial program. So we would have faced costs for compliance regardless of the path pursued. And in our opinion at the time, a 3-container collection system was, and we believe remains, the easiest way for Truckee to meet these requirements. So I do want to note that we do periodically get inquiries from residents comparing our rates to nearby jurisdictions for solid waste collection services. So we do have some neighboring jurisdictions that have a single stream waste collection program. Some of our neighboring unincorporated areas do have a rural or low population exemption from SB 1383. So some of them do not need to comply with the same requirements that we do. And we also have some other nearby jurisdictions, such as Western Nevada County, Grass Valley, and Nevada City, that are still in the process of implementing their compliance strategies. So those 3 jurisdictions are in the process of implementing a 3-container collection system and also investing in processing facility upgrades. And they do expect to see significant rate increases to cover those costs by the beginning of next year. So I just do want to point that out, that when we look at our rates compared to some of our neighboring jurisdictions, that it's not necessarily an apples to apples comparison. And we wouldn't be able to simply switch back to a single stream collection to reduce our costs because the regulatory landscape has changed significantly. To move on to commercial rates, the calculated rate adjustment factor for commercial services is 8.34%. This does include the town-applied AB 939 fee. While this increase is significant, as you can see by this chart, commercial rates have remained very stable for the past 4 years. So this year there were inflationary increases in vehicle costs and labor costs, as well as a 21% increase in the cost for commercial disposal and processing. So those are those tipping fees paid at the processing and disposal sites used by our programs. We also had an increase in our costs for that are recovered through the AB 939 fee. That's an increase in the town's cost. We have about $28,000 in new software costs to help town staff conduct new state mandated enforcement requirements and to streamline the annual CalRecycle reporting process. These are related to SB 1383 again. But the software also supports us in tracking outreach and compliance with the town's ordinances, like the single-use foodware reduction ordinance and single-use bottle reduction ordinance. So there are some additional benefits as well, besides just meeting our state requirements. So the AB 939 fee is included in all commercial rates, so that will dilute the impact of that cost increase on any individual rate. There were also some significant decreases in fuel costs that were factored into rates as well. So the index-based adjustment methodology caps the calculated annual increase to TTSD's total annual cost of operations at 7%. But that cap does not include costs outside of TTSD's control, like those pass-through costs for disposal and processing or town-applied fees. So that is why the calculated adjustment factor does exceed that 7%. However, the franchise agreement does state that any calculated rate adjustment exceeding 7% in any year is subject to the approval of town council, who can either approve the rate adjustment or require that the scope of services be reduced to allow for a lower adjustment factor. Staff does not recommend reducing the scope of commercial services offered to keep the increase lower because the scope has been designed to comply with state requirements for mandatory recycling and organic service for commercial businesses, and because commercial service rates have been relatively flat for the past 4 years. I also want to point out that unlike residential services that are bundled, commercial services are offered individually, so businesses are only subscribing to the specific services they need. I also want to mention that TTSD has been implementing a number of service improvements to improve billing accuracy and support improved customer service, and I want to highlight just a couple of those. They do have a full-time route auditor position that is supporting billing accuracy, and I've also created a new online form for reporting of billing and service issues that can be found at waste101.com/support. Residents and businesses can still call their customer service line as well, but this just provides another option. I also want to highlight their new outreach programs, which include open house tours of the Eastern Regional Material Processing Facility and social media campaigns, including their Trash Talk Tuesdays series. Recent topics include e-waste, proper sorting of blue bags, or proper use of blue bags, and today's topic of preventing sorting facility shutdowns from uncoiled items like garden hoses, ropes, or holiday lights getting tangled up in the machinery. So I think there's a lot to learn in this new outreach, and it's a great new method to help educate our residents about all things trash. I do want to take this moment to encourage residents to sign up for email notifications from TTSD through their online customer service portal, and to follow both Keep Truckee Green and TTSD on social media to make sure they are getting important program updates. In terms of fiscal impact of adopting these proposed rates, these are cost-based rates, so they are set based on both TTSD's costs and the town's costs for providing these services. Adoption of these rates will provide sufficient revenue to support the town's programs that are outlined in our proposed fiscal year 24-25 budget. And I will reiterate that the town's solid waste fund is an enterprise fund. So all of the revenue from all of our revenue for the solid waste fund and our programs is derived from that administrative fee component of the rates, the AB 939 fee, and grants. We do not receive any support from the town's general fund. And with that, I will read our recommendation, which is to adopt Resolution 2024-37, establishing residential and commercial solid waste rates, and authorizing the Nevada County Auditor Controller to place direct charges on the secured tax roll for solid waste collection services in CSA 7, Tax Area 3. With that, I'm happy to take any questions you have, and I do want to note that we have two representatives from TTSD here as well, in case you have any questions for them. That's Jeff Collins, General Manager, TTSD, and Brian Kemper, the Accounting Manager for TTSD.
Excuse me.
Thank you, Aaron, and thanks, Jeff and Brian, for being here. Second meeting in a row. You're right there with us, so we appreciate it. We'll start with council member questions and then open it up for public comment as well, and look for about a 15-minute. How long we got? You're good? 15, 20 minutes? Cool. Okay, no problem. Anybody want to start? Anybody have any questions? Yeah, please, go for it.
Thank you for the presentation. I know we see this one every year. Just remind me, what were the percentage changes for residential and commercial in the last fiscal year compared to the current? If you have that handy.
I can look that up very quickly and get back to you in a moment.
That's totally fine. And then also the 5.19%, I'm just taking residential for a moment. That increase translates to an average of how much per month, like per residential user?
I will need to do some math.
Okay, sorry.
On that one.
Commercial was 0 last year. I believe commercial was flat last year.
It was
It's been
very
flat
small.
for 2 years.
It was,
It's been
yes,
flat.
okay.
Commercial's been flat for the last 2 years, at least according to my recollection, or super minimal, like less than 1% for sure.
And
Yeah.
on page 178 in our agenda, it breaks down the past fiscal years and per month cost. If that's what you're asking, Councilmember Henderson. So fiscal year 23-24, it was $38.53 per month. The proposed changes would put it to $40.53.
So $2
$2 a month.
Okay. Yep. Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, if you have, go for it. Yeah. Vice Mayor Zabriskie, do you have any questions?
Aaron, I'm sorry for not preparing you for this question. Are you aware of any improvements that need to be made in service in terms of areas of collection that are being omitted, which in its most simplistic terms, are there areas where we're seeing trash accumulating that could be addressed by TTSD or by other town programs?
Are you speaking about like litter
Yeah.
impacts? We have a contract with Clean Tahoe to address litter impacts, and we do work with them to identify hotspots. And if there's anything related that's related to our that's really more of a litter and illegal dumping issue. We always work with TTSD and their drivers to address anything that is more related to our actual collection containers and those programs.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Your report and then what we went through last year answered all the questions I might have had. Thanks.
Councilmember Klostad? No? Romack? Yeah.
Sorry, a question
okay.
came up.
Don't be
So one of the benefits in Truckee, you get the green waste carts that are serviced every other week and a reduced rate on the green waste dumpsters. Right, Aaron? Sorry, I know you're looking something up too. And this might be too in the weeds as well. Do you know what the cost of that dumpster is and what's the reduced rate we get living in Truckee?
Mel, do you know offhand the subsidy? Can you look that up for me?
Sorry.
We can. No worries.
I'll give you time to stall too if you want. I have a quick question. Did you have any others?
That was it.
We'll let Mel look that up and figure that out.
So, Councilmember Henderson, I do have an answer to last year's residential rate increase was 9.4%. That was reduced from 15.98% through the buy down, and so that difference is really the portion we're seeing deferred to this year.
Thank you.
My only question, Aaron, if you could go back to your commercial slide, that's always what my questions are on. I'm just wondering, I saw recently, and this actually might be a question for Jeff too, but I saw recently North Lake Tahoe added Sunday service as an option for commercial restaurants specifically, is what I'm assuming it was for. Are we looking at a change of any types of opportunities for service here in Truckee, similar to what you just did in North Lake Tahoe? Or is this simply basically everything you're showing us here on these bullets and there's no actual change in any of the service? This is all just sort of the same as the existing service, and maybe you, and then we'll hear from Jeff if he has anything to add.
Sure. This rate increase does not include any change in the service levels. It is just reflective of changes in costs for providing those services.
Same service. Yeah.
But there, I think Jeff could speak to. There are a number of service changes we could look at in future fiscal years because commercial rates are. They're not bundled, they're not standardized. Businesses can sort of subscribe to the level they need. And so those increased costs would be partially offset by, the businesses that are wanting that additional service are paying for that additional service. But,
and I totally get that. I don't believe currently Sunday service is available in Truckee via commercial access. So I didn't know if there was, how that is adjusted. So if you were to offer that service, does that cost get 100% passed through to said business, or is there a portion of that has to be absorbed through these costs? And maybe speak generally about that, of how they're doing that over there, and then maybe more specifically how those costs either get 100% passed through or not, or the community has to take it on.
Yeah, Jeff Collins, Truckee Disposal. The program you're referring to is a pilot program for this summer, and it's funded through a grant from Placer, or that Placer has acquired, with the intent to gather data and then use that to make decision on whether or not to and how to proceed with that. So I think it can be either put into the general rates or create a higher rate for that special Sunday service. There's a whole debate as to whether or not that should occur, because the traffic is much higher on Sundays, and many people, if there's have noted that perhaps that's not desirable to have garbage trucks out there on Sundays anyway. But there's that among other issues. We hope to gather data and report back.
and you can use that data to sort of inform what may or may not be effective here in Truckee. Is that what you were going to add, or no? What were you going to add?
I was going to add a clarifying point, just because I work for Placer County, and I know this went to the Placer Board of Supervisors today. It's my understanding it was $116,000 to do this pilot program. $100,000 of that is coming from the North Tahoe Community Alliance Tourist Business Improvement District funds, and $16,000 is coming from Placer in reserve funds. So just to clarify for everybody, it's TBID dollars that's paying for the pilot program.
And Councilmember Romack, I do have a follow-up on your question about the discount on the green waste bin. We don't actually have that quantified. The discount was sort of built into the initial rate structure of this franchise agreement, and then year after year we just apply these percentage increases. So unfortunately, we're not able to really put a dollar value on that directly at this time, but we could do some more research and try to estimate it for and follow up.
Great. Everybody's good? I think so. Cool. We will open public comment on this item. Thanks, Jeff. Stick around. You might be called upon again. But we'll open public comment on this item. If any member of the public would like to comment on this particular item, the podium is yours. Seeing none, closing public comment and bringing it back to council for deliberation. Let Councilmember Henderson start us off. I think you started us off. Go ahead.
I mean, I don't think I have anything else to add. Like I said, we see this every year. I'm pleased to see in the places where we can contain costs that we are doing that and we're achieving some of that. So again, just similar to comments earlier, the cost of everything is going up for everyone in our community. So I'm grateful that we're finding some places to sort of try to reduce some of that. So thank you.
Vice Mayor Zabriskie, anything to add?
The heavy lift was last year when we deferred this, and what I'm noticing that's different about this year is we aren't seeing nearly the number of complaints about the rate hike that we did last year, nor are we seeing the complaints about services that we saw last year. So I'm taking those all as positive signs that further militate in favor of adopting the resolution.
Councilmember Romack
Agree with my fellow council members.
and Councilmember Klostad.
Same, agree.
Yeah.
Well stated.
Yep, I agree as well. I am definitely interested in seeing what happens with the Sunday service. Being a commercial business owner myself, I know our dumpsters, both legally from actual business use, but also illegally from people in the public dumping into commercial dumpsters on Sundays, because that's when they leave, is a super huge issue. And I definitely take primary knowledge of that. And luckily we have service on Monday mornings, but not every commercial business does. So just be interesting to see that data both from Placer and as you guys learn more, if it's making a difference, maybe in just some of the detritus and litter amounts and other things that seem to accumulate on Sunday nights and Monday mornings. But with that, yeah, there isn't a lot of debate that we can really have here. These are the costs to do business on this particular topic. So we do need a motion from Councilmember Romack.
I will make a motion. We adopt Resolution 2024-37, establishing residential and commercial solid waste rates and authorizing the Nevada County Auditor Controller to place direct charges on the secured tax roll for solid waste collection services in CSA 7, Tax Area 3.
And I'll second.
Vice Mayor Zabriskie beat everybody to the punch for the second, and we'll take an all in favor.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Thank you very much. And with that, we're just going to cruise right in to 7.3 as we do every year, because that generally follows pretty quickly. We did notice we did not have any names attached to the addresses in this year's staff report for the first time, which always just served as an opportunity for those of us who read the staff reports to notify our neighbors and friends that their trash bills were overdue. So hopefully everybody in the public who is listening had a chance to read our agenda, particularly item 7.3. And if your address is on there, please pay your trash bills as soon as possible. That's my PSA while Mel is getting ready to go. Take it away, Mel.
Thank you. Good evening. So yeah, this is the item to add delinquent accounts for residential solid waste services to the property tax roll. So these are just delinquent accounts that are over $50 past due, and they've been past due for at least 60 days as of June 30th. These unpaid balances are for extra services, so for extra trash, dumpster services, and two-can service. TTSD does send bills every quarter to all customers. Leading up to this moment, bringing the items to the property tax roll, TTSD did send a letter to all delinquent accounts on April 23rd. The town also sent letters on May 14th. So as you can see, after each of those letters were sent, we significantly reduced the number of delinquent accounts payments were received. So we do send the list of delinquent accounts to Nevada County on July 12th. So we are asking customers to make payments to TTSD through July 8th. And if not, they will be added to the tax roll. So this is our recommended action to approve the resolution to establish delinquent accounts and authorize the county to place these charges on the tax roll.
Thank you.
That's it?
That's it. I know. This is a quick one. We do this every year. Any council member questions? Pretty straightforward. Okay. Any public comment on this item? Seeing none. Closing public comment. Any deliberation or maybe a motion from this side? Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you. I move that we adopt Resolution 2024-34, establishing delinquent residential solid waste service accounts and authorizing the Nevada County Auditor Controller to place direct charges on the secured tax roll for collection of delinquent accounts.
I'll second.
Thank you very much. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes. Thank you very much. We got through all of our solid waste this evening much more efficiently. Appreciate everybody's work on that. We're going to we'll take our normal break right now. So it's 7:21 on the back clock. We will resume at 7:30 for item 7.4. Thank you all very much. Okay, now I think we are actually ready. Yay. Okay, we're reconvening. This is item 7.4. It is an appeal of a notice of determination at 1-1.
A notice of determination at 1-1.
Whoa, that was really weird.
Whoa, that was really weird.
Haha, we got it all going on.
Haha, we got it all going on.
Testing. 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 Okay. Trying again. Who was muted? Oh, the Zoom people. Ah, okay. Back to where we were. 7.4. Appeal of notice of determination at 11700 Donner Pass Road. We are conducting a public hearing. This is a appeal, so the way that this works is we have a staff presentation first. We will then hand it over to the appellants. They will have 15 minutes, and I believe the timer will be used for that one. We will have an opportunity for public comment after that. The appellant can then respond to public comment with a maximum of 5 minutes if they wish to use that full 5 minutes. We will have then council member questions for staff and or the appellant. No time limit on that one, and then we will move swiftly to deliberation. Andy, did you have some additional things you wanted to add to what we're doing here?
I would just like to point out that I cannot represent both the council and the staff on this at the same time. Therefore, I have not been involved with staff in this appeal. Staff is being advised by Mr. Martz, who's on the screen. I will be here to advise the council, but I will not be here to help staff.
Okay. And welcome. We have Mr. Martz on Zoom. You guys both on Zoom. We also
On Zoom, you guys both on
can
Zoom.
you guys also we also have Mr. Chapman on
We
Zoom.
also have Mr. Chapman
Looks
on
like
Zoom.
Mr. Martz, can you mute
Looks
your
like Mr. Martz, can you mute your...
Yay. Okay. So if you guys could just stay on mute until we need them, or do they have a part in this that we should give them that time, or what do you want me to do here?
I don't know whether Mr. Martz is going to speak as part of the staff presentation. I don't know if Mr. Chapman is going to speak as part of Mr. Bowen's appeal, although I expect that he might.
Okay.
So certainly they can speak, and maybe it's just one mic on at a time.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. Just everybody try to get one mic on, especially you two folks on Zoom. That would be super helpful for us. So, Hillary, it is your turn. You are number one, so
Great.
go right
We'll
ahead.
Kick it off. Good evening, Mayor and Council. As mentioned, this is an appeal hearing specifically for an administrative citation issued regarding the short-term rental regulations in the town's municipal code. As our mayor stated, we have Mr. Martz and Mr. Chapman, both on Zoom. I just want to acknowledge we have the appellant, Coleman Bowen, here with us in person tonight as well. By way of background, Truckee Municipal Code Chapter 5.03 provides the town's short-term rental regulations. Among these, subsection 5.02020 defines a short-term rental as a rental of not less than one night and not more than 30 consecutive days. Subsection 5.02030 provides that it is unlawful for any person to advertise, maintain, operate, or use a short-term rental without a transient occupancy registration certificate. And subsection 5.02030 further establishes that no registration certificate shall be issued for any mobile home or manufactured home that is not fixed to a permanent foundation, but rather is attached to a chassis and or is located in a mobile home park or in a mobile home subdivision. The subject property for this evening's appeal is located at 11700 Donner Pass Road. This is between Northwoods Boulevard and Edmonds Drive across from Truckee High School. And the property is commonly referred to as Sunset Inn Mobile Home Park. I'll run through a brief timeline of the citation. On January 25th, 2024, 3 park model RV units at the subject property were found to be advertising on Airbnb with a minimum stay length of 2 nights and without a transient occupancy registration certificate. A citation was issued for violation of municipal code subsection 5.02030 for advertising and operating a short-term rental without a transient occupancy registration certificate. In compliance with subsection 5.02060A of Truckee Municipal Code, a $500 fine for a first violation was issued for this citation. Municipal Code provides that an operator may appeal a citation in an administrative hearing, and the day following the citation, on January 26th, 2024, the town clerk received a request for an appeal from Chris Chapman, legal counsel for owner Coleman Bowen. An administrative appeal hearing was held with Alfred Knotts serving as hearing officer. The hearing officer determined that the citation was properly issued in compliance with the municipal code because the property in question was not legally registered with a transient occupancy registration certificate. A notice of determination was then issued to that effect, and the citation was upheld. Municipal Code further provides that an operator may appeal the decision of the hearing officer to town council by filing a notice of appeal with the town clerk. Mr. Chapman filed the second notice of appeal with the town clerk to appeal the decision to town council. Which brings us to our appeal hearing this evening. The hearing process, the mayor has already gone over. So next, the appellant and the appellant's attorney will have up to 15 minutes to present additional information. And then following public comment, if there is any, we'll have up to 5 minutes to respond to any issues raised during public comment. Counsel's role in the appeal is limited to determining whether the citation was issued in compliance with the town municipal code. And per our code, the finding of town council will be final and conclusive. That's all I have for my presentation this evening, but I'd like to turn it over to Kellen Martz if he has any additions from the town.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. I do not have anything further to add this evening. Hillary explained it very well, so I'm going to leave it to Mr. Chapman to begin his presentation, and then I will assist staff on anything that may come up throughout the rest of this hearing.
Thank you. And with that, the town's recommendation, or staff's recommendation rather, is that town council conduct a public hearing and make a finding of non-compliance with Town of Truckee Municipal Code and uphold the notice of a determination and judgment amount of $500.
Great. Thank you. Mr. Bowen, your turn. So come on up. You have 15 minutes. Our timer is on. I can't see it from here, but assuming it's set.
I'm going to start.
Yep, sounds good.
Can you guys hear me okay?
We can.
Okay, great. All right, thank you for your time. I do have the agenda packet before me. I did notice that the agenda packet that you have before you is missing the evidence that we submitted before Mr. Knotts. And the prior appeal, we had 172 pages marked. And we also provided some additional pages today, which were marked 173 through 185. So I wanted to note that for the record. And preliminarily, we would like to just note for the council that we would request that Vice Mayor Zabriskie recuse himself from voting on this because we believe he has a conflict due to his role as an attorney. Previously, he was providing legal consultation to a nonprofit that sued the park around 2017. And then he was also directly negotiating buyouts with certain residents with the park in 2017 and 2018. And so we would respectfully ask for the vice mayor to recuse himself from voting on this matter. Getting back to what's before you, if you look at the agenda packet, and I'll refer to page 232 of the agenda packet, you will find a timeline provided by Mr. Knotts. The timeline is somewhat accurate and it's helpful because you'll find that in June of 2023, the RVs being rented by the park as short-term rentals came on the radar of the town, and there was some correspondence with Mr. Bowen about such rentals, and Mr. Bowen informed the city or the town that these rentals were exempt under the ordinance because they were recreational vehicles registered with the DMV. In response, the city amended the ordinance in November of 2023, became effective in December of 2023, and then that followed the citation before you in January of 2024. Now, the problem you have here is there's two problems. One, the citation is finding that we're not in compliance as of January of 2024. Technically, that's correct. The legal issue you have before you is whether these units should be exempt based on a legal non-conforming use. And I previously provided legal authority to Mr. Morris. I contacted Mr. Morris in December of 2023 and again in January of 2024 at the time of this citation, and gave him basically our legal authority as to why there's a legal problem here. It's a constitutional problem. I also, in my correspondence with Mr. Morris, informed him about the transient nature of the park. We understand that Coachland Park received an exemption for some of its short-term RVs based on a hotel certificate which was located. However, this park, Sunset Inn, that's before you, was had a motel on the site. So we know this park had a hotel or motel certificate at some point. The history of the park has always been transient in nature. And now I understand there's no records to confirm that. We've asked for those records. We understand some records were lost with the city. And so the park should have been exempt for a similar reason as Coachland was. Notwithstanding, Mr. Bowen spent millions of dollars investing in this business model of short-term RVs, and suddenly the ordinance was amended, taking that away from him. And the California Supreme Court, as recently as 1996, in the Hansen case, said, you can't do that. And what the city should have done here is, one, provided an exemption for existing uses that were to be not in compliance going forward, or two, provided a period of time for an owner such as Mr. Bowen to get into compliance. Instead, the town just changed the ordinance. We know the ordinance was targeting this park, which is another constitutional problem, as what's called a bill of attainder, essentially, or special legislation. We have an email from Mr. Morris to HCD saying he's trying to do this and he's going after our park. So there are a lot of legal issues, but we just want to get in compliance. And what we've offered was to, give us a registration, and Mr. Bowen will happily pay the TOT taxes, and he will charge those TOT taxes to these tenants. What's a bigger issue that you have before you, other than this one citation, is if you look at page 233 of the agenda packet, Mr. Knotts refers to the $27,000 lien that was placed on the property. So in January, Mr. Bowen found out that not only was he not in compliance, that suddenly he owed the town $27,000. It was the first time he was given notice of $27,000 owed based on alleged TOT taxes that he allegedly collected from tenants. Now, Mr. Bowen will tell you that he's never collected any such TOT taxes. TOT taxes are collected from tenants and then passed on to the cities. So the lien that was placed on his property assumes that he collected these taxes, or basically was double dipping, and he never did. And the first time he got notice of owing any money to the city was this $27,000. It would have been nice if we had a notice for $1,000 or $500. Instead, in January this year, it was for $27,000. And what's even more problematic, if you go to page 231 of the agenda packet, you'll see that that lien that was recorded is for the time period between January of 2022 and December of 2023. Now, we know these units were exempt during that time. So now the town has placed a lien of $27,000 on our property for units which were exempt by the admission of the town. And so that's even a bigger issue than this little citation before you. And Mr. Knotts determined that that lien, the $27,000 lien, was also valid and within the authority of the town. Can someone tell me how much time I have left?
8 minutes and 33 seconds.
Thank you. So you have the citation before you, which admittedly is not in, which violates the ordinance as it sits. We have arguments saying we're exempt because we have a legal non-conforming use. We were not given any time to get in compliance. That's the legal argument. But the bigger issue you have is this lien placed on the property for $27,000 for a time period where the units were exempt based on alleged TOT taxes collected by Mr. Bowen, which he never collected. So we've offered the city to say, hey, let's work together. Let Mr. Bowen register these units. Let him collect the taxes. Let him pay those taxes to the city. Let the city make money. But unfortunately, it seems like reasonable minds are not prevailing here, and we've tried to reach a resolution with the town. But instead, the town's lawyered up. I've got Mr. Marks on here. He's probably a lot more expensive than me. And it looks like this thing's going to head towards litigation unnecessarily. And so we're trying to get your attention with these legal issues. What's before you? We want to try to resolve this if we can. But the ordinance that was passed, the amended ordinance that was passed, targeting the park has a lot of problems legally. And especially that lien that was placed on the property that we know was for a time period where the RVs were exempt. So we'd ask for you to reconsider, one, the citation, rolling it back, removing it, and two, removing that lien from the property. Mr. Bowen had no notice of owing any monies. He legally did not owe any monies because the RVs were exempt, which he told the town for about a 5-month period before they changed the ordinance. And then now we have this citation saying that we're in violation and we owe $27,000. That's quite the that's quite the wake-up call. So we'd ask for you to consider removing the citation, removing the lien, and instead of paying all these lawyers with BPK in Mr. March's office, and potentially have to pay all my attorney's fees for this case as it goes forward, let us pay the taxes. Let the town actually collect money instead of pay attorneys. That's what we're asking for. I'm going to defer the rest of my time to Mr. Bowen, and if he has any remaining time, I'll come back. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Give you a little background. My name is Coleman Bowen. I moved to Tahoe in 2012 with just my car and my skis. I was looking to chase powder. I had no plan for housing, no job, and just figured I'd wing it. Like many young powder hounds, how I wish there was a tiny house option for me then. A small place to crash while I made some friends and found a more suitable place to live with them. This is what piqued my interest in tiny houses and started my career in the RV park and tiny house space. Specific items I'd like to address, which Chris has touched on. The determination by the tax administrator in our previous appeal hearing should be overturned. I have never collected nor registered for the TOT because under the first ordinance, recreational vehicles were considered exempt and not included in the TOT. As a result, no tax was ever collected as the ordinance did not apply. I have in no way collected a tax intended for the town as language suggests that I was double dipping. That is not the case. Under the modified new TOT, passed in December, there is no allowance for recreational vehicles to be included in the TOT. As such, I am unable to register and pay such tax. Should there have been an allowance or requirement for recreational vehicles under the previous TOT, I would have happily collected such a tax and paid it to the town accordingly. Under the current TOT, recreational vehicles are not allowed to register whatsoever, and such I have no ability to register for the tax. As the prior TOT did not apply to recreational vehicles, the $27,000 tax levied against me for my property from 2022 to 2023 does not apply and should be overturned tonight. This is further exemplified by the town modifying the TOT ordinance in December of 2023 when we were here last talking about this ordinance. I have invested millions of dollars and countless hours in this hybrid rental model since purchasing Sunset Inn. We have had tenants who stayed with us for 1 week, 1 month, and longer during peak season. This has been the case since my purchase of Sunset Inn in 2017. We started utilizing Airbnb as a rental platform in 2021, which is not to say that we did not have short-term rentals prior to this. When I identified this property to purchase, I saw merit in the inn's operation in conjunction with the housing needs of our transient workforce needing both short-term and mid-term housing. This lent further to justify our park model RV's place in Sunset Inn. They are a perfect match for the ever-changing housing needs in our community, small enough to move into with just a car and your skis or your paddleboard, and not big enough to live in for an extended period of time, designed for use a recreational vehicle. Sunset Inn has and does provide an invaluable housing option for newcomers to our community, providing a stopgap for our new community members as well as our displaced community members, providing time for them to identify long-term housing options in a suitable house, share, or apartment. The ideal use of a recreational vehicle is short-term. It is a short-term housing solution while individuals themselves establish themselves in the community. As this further highlights the pre-existing use of this property's affordable short-term rentals in our community, which Sunset Inn has been filling since the early 1960s. Sunset Inn has forever provided a transient option for newcomers to the area, showing up unannounced and looking to move into our wonderful community. The motel units, along with the trailers shown in the provided historical photos, were all utilized by the motel and inn's operations. The provided photos of the street signage, along with the parcel maps labeling La Siesta Inn, has existed since the 60s or the 70s to attract people as they rolled into town. These signs should be considered as the original Airbnb. A no vacancy sign and an office to check into. The hotel operations were operated out of the mobile home located up front, lot 30. Newcomers had the option of renting a motel room if they were just a single individual, or a travel trailer if they came with their family or friends. Or additionally, pull-throughs were also accepted at this property throughout its entire history. Again, lending to the prevailing business model we continue to operate under today. An exemption should be provided consistent with the exemption which was provided to Coachland Mobile Home Park. It is without question that Sunset Inn was established as an inn motel with trailer pads and rental trailers well before there was a distinction between a mobile home or an RV park. Further documented in the blueprints and zoning maps provided today, the fact that the town has lost countless use documents, for example, the use permits for Tahoe Donner Ski Lodge, which they could not locate, but it was obviously a ski lodge. It does not mean a legal non-conforming use does not exist for Sunset Inn. The town and its attorney has specifically targeted my operations, and then after the fact came after me with a way to exempt Coachland. In the initial communication discussed in our hearing back in December with the HCD, there is no mention or concern for Coachland's park model operations, but a strong desire to stop operations in Sunset Inn. Legally, this property is clearly a legal non-conforming use. The fact that the STR code did not apply to Sunset Inn does not mean that it was not existent much prior. The Donner Pass Road has been zoned commercial, and my property is zoned general commercial. At first, it was campgrounds, then bars, restaurants, RV parking pads, all for transient lodging. In order to keep up with these although recreational vehicles can provide a much-needed option for housing in supply-constrained markets, they do require significantly more maintenance, upkeep than traditional buildings. These units are designed for part-time use.
Thank you, Mr. Bowen. Appreciate it. Thank you for using all of your time as well. We're going to, Andy, we're going to proceed.
Yeah, carry on.
Okay.
I would ask that at some point prior to council deliberation that we take a recess. I would like to speak with Vice Mayor Zabriskie.
Yep. I'm going to suggest we do that after our fourth chapter, which would be after appellant's responses to public comment and just before council questions for staff and or appellant. We will take a quick recess. Okay, we're going to open public comment in order. So this is the opportunity for any members of the public. Approach the podium. You have 3 minutes. Please state your name and make sure the microphone is on. This is it. Yeah. Public comment. Thank you. Yep, you're good.
Check one.
Yeah.
James Clifford. So I have lived in Truckee for over 22 years, and I bring the question that I was raised with: are you helping or are you hurting? I run a business here in town. This is a huge struggle, finding temporary, short-term, long-term housing for any employee. I completely compete with Reno to get employees up this hill to work and keep a business not only running, but worthy of the town of Truckee and what we try to bring to this town. And I ask that the council really looks at, are we creating solutions or are we creating challenges for solutions? For me, to look at what Sunset has been for the last 22 years has been a mishmash of nowhere near what the town of Truckee looks to represent. Both my kids graduated from Truckee High School. I would not want them to step foot on this location up until a couple years ago. So I look at the council and I really ask the question, are we trying to help find solutions, or are we trying to create problems for those solutions to be found for our town, for our businesses, for our small businesses to be successful, and to offer short-term temporary housing opportunities? If I have an applicant that comes from out of town, I need a place to put them for 1 day, 3 days, 5 days, or 3 months, with the hopes that they find something more permanent if it works out. So I look at the town to really look at this situation and not create challenges for these potential opportunities to come to our town, for solutions for long-term and short-term solutions for our employees, for our local businesses. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clifford. If you want to have a public comment, just keep it rolling. Keep going. Yep. Keep going.
Evening. My name is Francisco J. Teran, and I moved to Truckee in 1973. And in 1974, my partner and I, we bought La Bamba restaurant in the mobile home park. And at that time, the mobile home park, there were very few full-time residents. So they rented part-time, like a week or 2 weeks or a month. And I know the problem. I come to help him to deal with this problem. So it's a big problem now with the state that are running the mobile home park. And if you try to beat somebody, it's going to take forever and it's going to cost you a fortune. So the better way is keep going on and do whatever you can do to solve the problem. So let me see. In that time, there used to be a 2 mobile homes, Cozy Inn and the La Siesta mobile home. In that time, they were renting whatever they can, a week or 2 weeks or a month, and on and off. So I had no problem with the town of Truckee. So I don't know what is the deal right now. So Mr. Coleman had to deal with you guys. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. We appreciate your public comment.
Good evening. My name is Rich Jensen, and I'm a part-time resident in Truckee. It's been very interesting to watch and to listen to. I think the attorney made the best appeal. Lawyer down, get this fixed and move on. Give these people an opportunity to provide a much needed service to Truckee. Thank you.
Thank you very much. What was your name, sir? Did you say it? I didn't hear it. Just give us your name real quick.
Rich,
Rich
Jensen.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening. My name is Ainsley Bowen, and my husband owns the Sunset Inn. A point I would like to underscore today is the historical use of the Sunset Inn. From what my husband and I gather, the parcel was originally a campground dating back to the 1940s. It evolved over time to become a motel and RV site. If you ask nearly any local who's been here for more than 5 years, They will remember the massive vintage Sunset Inn sign out front. You couldn't miss it. Last fall, I sat here and listened to a town council meeting where topics relating to the Tahoe Donner Ski Lodge were addressed. One thing that struck me was that the certificate of use was unable to be located. It was a casual comment that was said in passing, but the consensus was that it wasn't a big deal. It has always been a ski lodge, and that wasn't up for debate. This stuck with me. My husband and I are battling the use of our property, a property that uses the word inn within its name. It has been called the Sunset Inn as long as nearly any living local can remember, and it currently is. The documents for my property were not well documented by the county or the town once incorporated. From what I can gather, there was a fire, and then a cyber hack. And honestly, I understand things happen. But what I don't understand is why my husband's feet are being held to the fire for a document that was produced before I was even born and then subsequently lost by the local government. I feel that the same grace should be shown to my family that was shown to the Tahoe Donner Ski Lodge with regard to missing documents and historical use. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comment?
Ellery Whitworth, a full-time Truckee resident. I moved here 8 years ago and have worked with Coleman at the Sunset Inn ever since then. I was present and met and dealt with all the previous tenants who were there when he acquired the park. And I can tell you there were some good Truckee families that were hardworking, full-time families. A majority of the park sat in the park drinking, smoking, selling drugs. Not frequently, but multiple times found ammo in the driveway and in the yards of these units. And this is in a school zone next to everyone in Truckee's children. And it hadn't been watched, hadn't been dealt with for a decade or more because the owners had just walked away because the town wanted it to be just low income, long-term housing. No one touch it. Don't put money into it. Don't do anything. And we weren't okay with this. So we spent as much time and worked countless hours to clean it up, put all the new units in it. I mean, I bled and sweat for 5 years to make it what it is today. And for Coleman to have his feet or his hands tied to be able to make the judgment calls on the current economy and what needs to be done to keep the property nice and safe for this whole community, it just goes against a free market in America. You can't, you guys can make a decision looking for what you think is best today. But what about next year and the year after and the year after that? What will you end up with in 20 years? What it was when we bought it? Because I don't think it will be a pristine, clean property by that point if you tie the owner's hands. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Anybody else for public comment? Okay, seeing none, this is an opportunity for, we're going to close public comment. This is an opportunity for the appellant to respond to public comment, either via your attorney or yourself. You have 5 minutes total in terms of a response. Is our timer, we're good? Great. Take it away. Go ahead.
I'm going to jump in here, Chris. Finish up where I left off because it didn't seem that anybody is opposed to this in the room. I will touch on Vice Mayor Zabrinski really should have recused himself from past votes and most certainly this vote tonight. I would like to formally request that Vice Mayor Zabrinski recuse himself. In 2017, he was instrumental in arranging a class action lawsuit against me through his involvement as a legal advisor for the Sierra Community House. Mayor Zabrinski was directly involved in negotiations on behalf of buyouts, paid to tenants during the property. He toured the property. He interacted with the tenants as well as myself. I feel that Mayor Zabrinski has had the opportunity to disclose his conflict of interest in previous hearings. I feel strongly that it is only fair that the Vice Mayor recuse himself today. It is without question that Sunset Inn is in fact an inn established as early as 1961. The TOT did not apply to recreational vehicles in 2023 or 2022 and was clearly modified to directly target Sunset Inn. It is peculiar that an exemption was provided for Coachland after the fact, all under the guise of a hotel permit which was issued after incorporation, whereas Sunset Inn was established in 1970 or 61 prior to incorporation. It has existed as a legal non-conforming use, and this determination should undoubtedly be overturned. I would also like to comment on one other thing that was brought up today. The town attorney did specifically target me back in, I believe it was June 28th, and that when he emailed the HCD, he emailed in direct relation to my property targeting me and nobody else. He did not bring up Coachland, and in our last hearing, he didn't failed to read that email in completion to you guys, so I want to make sure you hear it today. The town of Truckee has become aware that the owner of Sunset Inn 1 mobile home park in Truckee has installed a number of new park-owned park model RVs. HCD's listings for this park show 19 mobile home spaces and no RV spaces. May a park owner install RVs? A related question is whether the town can regulate the tax the use of the park model RVs as short-term rentals. It appears that a number of the older tenant-owned mobile homes in this park have been replaced by park model RVs that are being advertised as short-term rentals. This is a concern for the town, both because of the loss of long-term housing and because the park operator claims to be exempt from the town's short-term rental regulations and is not paying a transient occupancy tax. This is a direct target of me. It doesn't consider Coachland, which was operating the exact same business model. It does not bring up the hotel permit that now Coachland has been provided an exemption for. That was found after the fact, and I think it's really important for you guys to get the entire story on this. Chris, if you have anything else.
Yeah, I'll just conclude. Look, there's a lot of problems here, but one, if we go to court on the tax lien, I think that's a slam dunk for us. You're going to end up paying my fees. We know that was during the time period it was exempt. The question as to whether we're exempt for legal non-conforming use, that's going to be a tougher fight, admittedly, for Mr. Bowen, but we think we have really good arguments based on the amount of money he spent investing in this business model. And so these are two legal problems you're going to have, and we would like to resolve them by paying taxes, by registering the units, paying the taxes, and putting that money back to the city instead of going to the attorney. So we ask that you guys consider what you're doing here, consider the effect on Mr. Bowen, the community at large. We've heard from the public that there is a need for short-term transient occupancy in the city. This Sunset Inn is providing that. Mr. Bowen's done a great job rehabilitating this park, but he's also spent a lot of money on this business model, and you can't just pull the rug out. California Supreme Court says you can't do that. And so we'd ask that let him register the units, pay the tax, collect the tax, and we all go home. I don't need this case. I'm sure Mr. Marsh doesn't need the work. And I'm, again, hopeful that reasonable minds will prevail here. So we thank you for your time.
Thank you, everybody, and I appreciate everybody listening tonight.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody. We have concluded staff presentation, appellate presentation, public comment, and the response to public comment. We're going to take a short 5 minutes. You want 5 minutes? We're going to take a 5-minute recess, allow our attorney to communicate with council member, and we will be back at exactly 8:16. If we need more, we'll let you know. But 8:16, thank you. we're gonna come back from recess. We're gonna resume the hearing. Mr. Morris, anything to add to the conversation?
In response to the request from Mr. Chapman and Mr. Bowen that Vice Mayor Zabriskie recuse himself from further consideration of this matter, Vice Mayor Zabriskie will do exactly that. So the record should note that Vice Mayor Zabriskie is not on the dais. Vice Mayor Zabriskie is not in the room, and he will have no further part in the consideration of this appeal.
Thank you very much for that clarification. We're going to move into any clarifying questions for staff and or the appellant. And just quickly, I just want to be really clear, and I'm just going to clarify maybe with staff or looking to Andy or Hillary. We are here to identify, it's the $500 citation for the advertising of a short-term rental. So all of these other things that were brought up are not pertinent to this hearing. Is that an accurate statement?
That is correct. Council's role tonight is to determine whether the citation was issued in accordance with municipal code.
Thank you for that clarification.
To expand on that point,
yes.
The rescission of the lien is outside the scope of the appeal.
Correct.
Any ordinance changes that might be necessary to implement the request from Mr. Bowen and his attorney to allow short-term rentals, that's also outside the scope of the appeal.
Yes.
There may be further discussions about some of these items at a future date, but they're not properly before you.
Yes. That is basically what I was trying to address for the record. So thank you for that further clarification. Councilmember Romack, do you have any questions for any party involved?
I think so. That fits within the purview. Thank you for that clarification, because I was going to ask similar questions. I guess it was brought up by the appellant and the appellant's lawyer how Coachland had an exemption based on future use. I was just curious if anyone could clarify, maybe respond to that at all, just to hear from staff or whoever would like to take that one.
We're pulling that information up.
And again, I'd just like to remind you, Councilmember Romack, that if that's important for how you make your decision about the $500 violation, which is simply regarding
not having a TOT certificate
and advertising a short-term rental, that is what is before us. And generally, I would just say that other parties aren't necessarily involved, but if this is important to you, we would like to get it answered.
Yes, just refreshing the background. So our understanding is that the original approval of Coachland was documented to have one section that was for mobile home park and one section that was for short-term stay. So the exemption that was made was for a hotel registration for the portion that was historically approved for short-term stay.
Okay. And then from what I heard too, and just previously, this Sunset Inn, they were an RV park or whatever, and so they did not need a TOT certificate. When we changed the ordinance, it added that into what would either be an allowed use or who would need a certificate. So as of that date, regardless of historical usage on the property, they would still need a TOT certificate from staff's viewpoint.
With a clarification, we have two chapters in our municipal code related to short-term renting and transient occupancy tax. So chapter 5.02, which was the chapter that was amended, would require an annual registration certificate in order to operate a short-term rental. Chapter 3.24, however, requires registration with a transient occupancy certificate for any type of short-term lodging, be it a hotel, campground, mobile home park, whether or not that is permitted, short-term rentals, etc. So 3.24 is much broader. Whether or not they legally have a permit to operate as a short-term rental, they would still need to register and pay tax on any short-term stays that occur within any structure.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
You have any questions? No question. Councilmember Henderson.
Just a couple. I just want to confirm. So the timing. So January 25th of this year, 2024, is when Town Compliance first found the property to be advertising as a short-term rental. Is that correct?
That's not correct. That's not the first time it was found. It was found, as the appellate suggested, I think it was June of 2023 when there were some warning letters sent, and then it was found again in January of 2024, which is when the citation was issued.
Thank you for the clarification. And how was it found in January of 2024 to be advertising as a short-term rental?
The town uses a software called GovOS, which helps us screen for listings on various platforms, including VRBO, Airbnb, et cetera. It was discovered through that.
Okay, and so it was discovered through that to be advertising as a short-term rental, and it did not have, there was no transient occupancy certificate at that time, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I think that's it for the moment.
Yeah, just really quickly for me. So I saw the screenshots and everything in our staff report. I guess my question is, we adopted the amended ordinance in December of 2023, and these screenshots are from January of 2024. Have we utilized any type of notice process prior? Where do we provide notices? And maybe that's further in the staff report, and I just missed it. But in that original, were there notices provided post ordinance amendment and prior to file of the $500 fine?
There were two warnings. There were two warnings for each unit on June 15th, 2023. So that was the first warning that referenced this. And then also two other warnings for Unit 44 and 45 on August 30th, 2023. That reference this as well.
So both were provided in 2023, but
So that was prior to the amendment to the ordinance.
And was that, I guess, was the amendment to the ordinance to maybe further clarify? I guess my question then is, after the amendment was updated, why weren't the notices sort of restarted? Or why did we consider the notices has already been served if they were, I guess because regardless, maybe I'm answering my own question, regardless in 2023, they were still operating as a short-term rental without a short-term rental certificate? Is that what the key is here?
We do not have a requirement in our ordinance that in every case we provide a warning. That's a courtesy that we generally begin with a warning before a citation. But at this point, we had already submitted multiple warnings on the property.
Okay. Got it. Go ahead. Yeah.
I would just note that they were here at that hearing and spoke.
I remember. Yes. Thank you. Yeah. Any other questions at this point? We good? Okay. We will close questioning and we will move on to deliberation. So again, we were deliberating the $500 fine. We are not deliberating policies. We're not deliberating the need for housing. We're not doing anything else other than the $500 fine in question is what is being appealed. So let's be clear about that. Are you good to go, Councilmember Romack?
Yeah,
Take it away.
I'm good to go, and I'm still processing, Hillary, what you said to my question. So, sorry, I just want to confirm again. section 3 point whatever you highlighted states that you have to have a TOT certificate and pay TOT if you are short-term renting a property, regardless of anything else. And then our code 5.2 whatever says you must also have a short-term rental permit now based on code.
Exactly. 5.02 requires the annual registration certificate, the cap on the number of registration certificates, etc.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate all the information, appreciate the hard work that your family has put into this property, into some of the public comments about, improvements being made, and we thank you for that. But again, we're not here tonight to discuss a lot of other issues, and based on the information that I have before me, I make the finding of non-compliance with the municipal code.
And you would deny the appeal?
And would deny the appeal.
Okay. Councilmember Klostad?
Yeah, I'm consistent with your findings. It's a challenging situation. I understand and I agree. Our job up here is to pass high-level policies and make sure that they're executed equitably, and that is what's being done here. So I would concur with Councilmember Roman.
Councilmember Henderson?
Thank you. One, I know they've already said this, but we can't go into all of the conversations that I know you want to have tonight. And you've prepared a tremendous amount. You've brought forward so much information, and having your context and your perspective, I value that. And we can't go into all of those conversations that I know you'd really like to have tonight. So as we limit it to just, was the citation issued in compliance with the code? The fact is that you have to have a short-term certificate to be able to rent. You have to be in compliance with the ordinance, just as everyone else who goes through the process to be in compliance with the ordinance. As Councilmember Klostad said, we have to apply it equitably. We have had other appeals come forth related to short-term rental citations, and our job in those appeals is to make sure that we're being really, really fair and equitable. So at the end of the day, I am in alignment and support denying the appeal, which sounds strange, but yes, deny the appeal based on the information that we have related to the $500 citation specifically.
Yep, I agree. That's all we're here for, is the $500 citation for advertising and operating short-term rental without an active registration certificate. There's evidence there as part of our staff packet, so I'm also in support of denying the appeal tonight. And I guess Councilmember Romack, you want to make a motion, please?
I will make a motion that we make a finding of non-compliance with the Town of Truckee Municipal Code and uphold the notice of determination and judgment amount of $500.
I'll second.
Kelly, roll call, please.
Councilmember Henderson?
Yes.
Mayor Pallavi?
Yes.
Councilmember Klostad?
Yes.
Councilmember Romack?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for participating in that, and we look forward to further policy discussions as the time and capacity allows. So thank you. Item 7.5, we're going to move on to our 2024 legislative platform update. And that, what's that? Oh, we got to get you. Oh, yeah, we'll take one, like a 2-minute recess.
I just messaged Vice Mayor, so he should
so
be coming
we'll just stall, and Hillary will get herself together and get ready for that. We probably should go get him.
He's coming.
Oh, he's coming. There he is. Excellent. And for the record, although I don't know where Kelly went, Councilmember Zabriskie is back at the dais and present at the meeting for item 7.5.
All right, we will jump right in. This is me again. Item 7.5 is the 2024 legislative platform update. The town revisits and reaffirms the legislative platform each year, and this document provides guidance to staff as well as to the council legislative committee, which is comprised of the mayor and vice mayor, in taking positions on topics of potential interest to the town. The adopted 2023 platform was sent out to division heads across the organization, and comments were provided with suggestions on any new or emerging topics, and edits were proposed based off of the input that was received from our division head team. And that was what was provided to council with the staff report. Proposed red lines to the existing platform and clean copies of these revisions were both included in the staff report. I really don't have any slides for you tonight, but I can pull those up if necessary for discussion. We also received a few recommended changes from council members yesterday as part of the council question process. I can pull those up as well. I have those tracked with the locations in the document that they correspond to, if that's helpful for your deliberation. With that, our recommendation tonight is to adopt the updated or updates to the 2023 legislative platform, making it the updated 2024 legislative platform, or provide direction to staff regarding amendments to the platform if council desires.
And I just want to add on a little bit, if you don't mind, to talk about the regional platform that came up as a part of the conversation at your retreat in February. We indicated at that time and still would maintain that we just don't have capacity to really do a proactive regional legislative platform and monitor all the activity that's happening locally. However, we did try to incorporate some work in that area and in identifying an easier path to do approvals if they're in alignment with your state and federal platform. So we felt like we could make that commitment at this point and partially address what you were asking for in February.
Great. Thank you. Any questions from council members? There were some very robust questions asked in the council member questions prior to this. So thank you for those of you who submitted those. I thought they were well intended. Does anybody on my left want to add anything via question? No? Any of you folks on my right? Vice Mayor Zabriskie, did you have any questions?
Yes. When did we start doing the legislative platform, a written legislative platform like this?
I believe we adopted in 2020 for the first time.
For the first time, 2020?
Sometime around then.
And then, do you remember, why was it that the council decided to delegate to the mayor and vice mayor the responsibility for reviewing draft letters and then approving them?
The intent of that is really to streamline the process rather than bringing every letter to town council. It allows us to be a bit more nimble and not have to wait for the town council meeting process. Sometimes there are things that come up, and if we're going to submit a comment, it needs to be very timely. So that process allows us to do that while still providing some council member input into the letters.
Just on that last little point, when you say it allows us to be, I can appreciate not bringing every item to the full council just because time it consumes for council. But in terms of responding to legislative actions, can you give me an idea of how quickly legislation moves in relation to our concern about it moving so fast we can't respond?
The adoption of legislation tends to not be super fast, but we do have times where there's a hearing schedule. We hear about a bill a couple of days before the hearing if we're going to submit a comment. it would be appropriate to try to get it in before that hearing.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I would also just say we were trying to streamline the process at the time, since it was a new program when we were first on council, and it was just an effort to make sure that the process was streamlined and wasn't taking a significant amount of staff capacity at the time.
I think we also felt that there was equity in that those positions rotate and everybody would have their chance at participating at that level, and making modifications or providing feedback.
Yeah. And the process, I would say, has been even edited further to say that either whether it originates by any council member and or staff, it still follows the same process, but it can be initiated at either from either direction. It's not ever necessarily initiated by mayor, vice mayor. It can be initiated at any level of anywhere in between those two levels. So just to continue clarifying that, because that was a vision that we had for 6 years ago. So
I've forwarded emails and said, hey, is this consistent with our legislative platform? Should we comment?
Yeah. So cool. Anybody else have any questions? I do not. Let's open public comment. Any member of the public, should you wish to speak on this item, thank you for being here. Closing public comment. Cool. Any further deliberation? I think some of the comments were amended. Are we assuming that the amendments that were made via the question and answers were added in, or did you need specific direction on any of those, or they were all fairly minor that you decided to just include them?
They are all fairly minor. I would look for council direction on whether to include those.
Okay.
And we can go through them one by one, or if council just feels comfortable with them, we can add that to your decision.
Okay. Thank you. Anybody, Vice Mayor Zabriskie, did you have additional comments, or were you supportive of the way that staff responded to some of the questions? May or may not have been yours.
Yep.
I don't know.
Yes, they were mine. And the staff's response, as I understood, generally was, gee, if the council wants it, we can go ahead and do it. I don't know that staff was taking a position. They're being very differential.
I think staff, which in this case was me, felt that the comments were all reasonable, so would have no problem with adding those in.
It's important to point out this is your legislative platform, so that's why we were deferential to what the council would like to see in there.
But if you disagreed, you would have said something, right?
We're generally not shy about saying that.
Okay, good. So I think that's on number 8, the one about on the power grid, which all I was trying to do was use fewer words and make it clear. I just thought the language could be improved to accomplish the same thing. Anyway, there was something that said legislation, regulation, and policies that recognize that a resilient electric power grid is an asset. I was having trouble with that. I mean, the recognition would be implicit in what we're requesting, and what we'd be requesting is something more direct and explicit, which I think is directed at increasing capacity and improving resiliency. And then this also seemed directed at assuring chargers for EVs, and I made that explicit.
And I actually had a quick clarification too on the housing on public lands. Yeah. What number was that one? Because I don't think that's an unequivocal support, and I wanted to sort of actually edit that. I don't believe that should be an unequivocal support either. I think it's where such support aligns with our goals. But we have a lot of open space goals. We have a lot of sphere of influence goals. We have a lot of other goals that there's going to be some conflicts there. And I think we want to be careful with unequivocal support of housing on public lands. So I don't know if we either should strike that or just tone it down.
I would be fine striking it.
Yeah, I would too. I would prefer to let that sit under housing, and we will support housing when it makes sense, and we still have the purview to do that without putting in that potential issue on public lands.
I'm also comfortable with that.
Yeah. Okay, I'm seeing some head nods, so I think we're gonna just, strike the public lands piece. And I appreciate you catching that one very much. Thank you for the long explanation of a nuclear verdict. We appreciate that. No, that was Nikki. That was very impressive, Nikki.
While we're on that, while we're on that topic, there's been a lot written, for the last 5 decades on runaway juries, and I think the term nuclear verdicts goes back to the early 1990s, and those, the language is provocative, in part because it reflects partisan rhetoric from the insurance industry and the large corporations who have borne the brunt of big jury verdicts. And I think we need to be really careful in making presentations that are more objective. And this seems like this was taken out of a canned statement from somewhere else. And so this is a concern of mine. There was some valuable information in here for me, but also there were these skewed statements. Like we're being left with the impression that punitive damages can be awarded for any reason or no reason at all, and that there are no limits on punitive damages, when in fact there are. There's a due process limitation under the 14th Amendment. That's not being presented to us.
I can address this briefly.
Sure.
What happened was that when we got the council questions, Nikki was doing her best to try to get some kind of response on a fairly complicated issue. So she got some materials from CIRA, which is in fact the town's insurance, not a carrier exactly, but the town's self-insurance joint powers pool. And so the materials that Nikki was able to find so that she could provide a quick response do reflect the perspective of an insurer, albeit not a traditional insurer, but our insurer that only insures public agencies. And you're right. I mean, there could have been more nuance, and you're certainly right that it's not possible to award punitives without a finding of liability that underlies them, of course. And so we will try to be more complete and more nuanced in the future, but it was a good faith effort to try to respond quickly with an analysis of a very complicated topic from a source that we generally trust pretty well, which is CIRA.
Yeah, I think the important piece of this is that these questions are short turnaround times, so the more complicated the question is, the less nuanced and in-depth we're going to be able to get in that short period of time.
And which specific item was that even in relation to? Was it under fiscal responsibility? Just to be clear, because we can go on and on, but I just want to make sure that I guess the platform itself.
It was government administration.
Under government administration.
And it does allow a segue into deliberations.
Right. So are you just wanting to get rid of the quote nuclear verdicts, or you're comfortable with it as it is? Is that the only issue?
I mean, if there's some concern, it could be edited to say efforts to reform government liability.
That's
Period.
what I
Full
was
stop.
going to suggest. Yeah. And if you have a problem with it.
That's better.
Yeah.
I can live with
That's what
that.
I was going to suggest, just to keep moving us through. That work for everybody? Yeah. Okay. Oh, you got one other one? Oh, go ahead. Microphone.
Well, and I did not prepare anything, so I would say it's not worth adding this time, but just food for thought. Childcare related legislation. We have education related and funding of.
I thought there was one.
I didn't.
Oh, I think there was.
Is there one in there? Okay, then I
Yeah.
missed it.
I was like, I swear I saw one.
Councilmember page 275.
Thank you.
Packet. It's under economic development.
Bam.
Aha.
Nailed it. That's why Hillary rules. Just got it in there. Okay. Any other deliberation? Oh, no. What else?
In some ways, this is on deliberation.
This is
And I'm
deliberation.
throwing it out there. This looks like it could, I didn't realize just since 2020, but it could grow into a really big monster in terms of how we interpret it, in part because we have things in here that are hard to apply specifically. Things like local control, opposing things that take away local control, when so many of our state laws are things we believe in, like anti-discrimination laws. We have building codes, OSHA, safety codes, health codes. We have a number of things that are a benefit to our community that we could not have adopted ourselves because we don't have the resources to put together a comprehensive statutory scheme. And it gets tricky resolving particular policies like unfunded mandates and local control against other things like housing or something where actually a benefit's being provided to the town, but in effect, it's taking away our ability to restrict things. It's such a balancing act, and it puts a lot of burden on staff to decide.
Well, that's why, at least up until now, and at least for the foreseeable future, there's a filter in both directions, right? I mean, you know, I've been on the legislative committee twice, 3 times, I don't know, a bunch. But generally, if there's even a split within the mayor and the vice mayor at the time, either it doesn't go forward or it comes to the full council. It doesn't even, you know, so the filters are built in, and that was how it was designed. So I think you're correct in your philosophy, which is exactly why the filters have been built into the system. And that, as you've seen in your time as vice mayor, there are 300 and some odd bills running through the legislature, but you have probably reviewed 5 to 10 letters of support in your last 6 months. So we're not commenting nearly on everything. We're not commenting on things that have that gray area. We're really not inserting ourselves either unless it comes from a member agency like the league or, you know, a nonprofit that we're a part of, or something that our lobbyists bring to us where we think we're going to make a difference. So, you know, I think we all hear your trepidation. I think it is absolutely warranted. I think it will be continued to be filtered as we move this type of thing forward, especially at the regional level. That's why staff pushed back so hard was, you know, we don't want to start getting involved in regional issues. We play really nicely with our neighbors currently. The last thing we want to do is start harming that relationship. So, you know, I think this platform is meant to be overarching, and it's meant to have a lot of ability to filter as it moves through its iterations, and certainly will be used in different ways by different councils and different staff over time. So, you know, I know that probably doesn't satisfy your need for certainty, but I hope it at least, you know, helps you see the filters that have been brought in. And I would say, this is generally adopted until repealed. We're really reviewing and adopting revisions to it, and unless, you know, there was an opportunity to repeal at this time and there was a motion to do that with 3 votes, you know, I would think we should just kind of keep moving things forward and adopt what we have in front of us and continue to, work on those filters. And if there's further need for something to happen, we can ask staff to bring that back to us through the work plan process. So
I'm seeing growing pains. I'm concerned about it consuming too much staff time, or are finding ourselves endorsing or opposing something we may have regretted, and I have no solutions to offer tonight.
great. How about a motion to adopt our 2023 legislative platform as a solution to continue this meeting and move on?
Yeah, before we make that
Oops,
motion,
sorry.
it would be helpful to staff if we can clarify if we're adding in the amendments that were added through council questions
Yes, I think we
and the
all-
ones discussed on the dais tonight.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. And if you're uncomfortable making a motion, I will look to your right, and Councilmember Henderson will be happy to chime in.
No, you embarrass me into doing it. I move we adopt it with the changes we discussed tonight.
I'll second.
And all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, thank you very much for working on this and incorporating as much as you could and continuing to keep that document live and well and current more than anything. So thank you, staff. Great. Vice Mayor Zabriskie, are you ready to go with your council member reports? Yeah. Okay, please go ahead.
I made a presentation to high school seniors at the Tahoe Expeditionary Academy on the town of Truckee's governmental process.
Excellent.
I filtered it as best I could. I attended the special joint jurisdictional meeting down in Grass Valley with council member and then other council members, Anna Klofstad and Henderson were on the big screen. I don't know if you realize the screen was about the size of the ceiling here. So you're each about 20 feet tall. You should have loved that. Anyway, and that was a discussion on emergency preparedness and recovery with representatives from the other governments in the county of Nevada, as well as many of the special districts, law enforcement, and fire. Met with staff and Andy and Alicia Barr regarding the old trestle transaction. Attended a Firewise Community Planning Committee for neighborhood education later this month in Prosser Lakeview. Attended the Truckee North Tahoe Transportation Management Association, where North Star parking for Tahoe City on July 4th and for Kings Beach Labor Day drone shows was approved. A Placer County TNT TMA Winter Park and Ride Agreement was made for use. It was approved for use of the high school for special winter operations. The discussion on the North Lake Tahoe Express. That's the bus from the airport up here. I'm thinking we can look forward to a presentation on that later. We did get a suggestion from the chair of TMA on that. There's going to be a survey of commuters, workforce commuters to the Truckee North Tahoe region, focusing on both the summer and winter commuters, because they seem to be enough of a different cohort of workers coming up here. This is going to be performed for TMA, and we'll be very interested in those results for our own interest. There was I guess that's it. That's it.
Thank you.
That's plenty.
Great. Councilmember Henderson?
Thank you. I also attended the half-day jurisdictional meeting on emergency preparedness. Learned a lot, just how, the discussions around redundancy and emergency notifications and strategies to get, whether it's renters or seniors or other, sort of parts of our community out in the face of an emergency. I was really grateful to Paradise Council Member Crowder and Butte County Supervisor Connolly for sharing their experiences, having suffered through and are now shepherding their communities through the process of recovery after those fires. I attended several Pride events in town this past week and just wanted to give a very heartfelt congratulations to all of the organizers and the community on a week that was truly just filled with community connection and joy. I went to several events, not the one at your store, I didn't make it to that one, but went to the dance party at Mountain Lotus and breakfast at Church of the Mountains, the event at the park, and a lot of our local organizations came out and were also at the park. So Sierra Community House, the Truckee Library. So it really was this great like connecting hub for people after they finished the 5K in 85-degree weather. I also met with Andy and Alicia Barr as it relates to their proposed project. I had a lot of conversations with folks, just differing perspectives as it related to the proposed tax measure that was before us earlier this evening. Wanted to say congratulations to all of our graduates, because it's been a really exciting week. We had Pride, we had graduation, there's a lot going on this past week. And then next week, I wanted to flag Friday, June 21st, the Chamber and CAT have their second part of how to run for office. So I'll be speaking at that. So if you're interested in learning about running for office, make sure you come out. I think that's it.
Councilmember Klostad.
I guess I was on the 20-foot screen. That would I would echo both of Vice Mayor Zabriskie and Councilmember Henderson's comments on that, and just add that I'm very grateful to the Nevada County Board of Supervisors, and particularly Chair Hardy Bullock, in organizing that, facilitating it, and making that possible. I think that was really tremendous and put our region ahead of where we were just a few weeks ago on a lot of different issues. So I was really thankful or grateful to attend that. Also, still supported Truckee Day as the Donner Lake champion and made it to the town barbecue, which was fantastic. I think we had some really exceptional numbers on both volunteers and collection and lunches served. So that was fantastic, and also met with Andy and Alicia Barr this afternoon. That and just a lot of PT.
I attended the monthly CCC meeting. There were presentations on 4th of July and what's coming with that. Alfred also did a presentation on B-Cycle, talked about TARC Connect. So I think a lot of things we're all very familiar with, but just thanks again to town staff for the collaboration on July 4th preparation. I think, some tweaks are being made to what's going to happen this year, but still a lot of the same things with additional shuttles and all that great stuff. So that was great. River Revitalization Steering Committee, Vice Mayor, you skipped that one. That was last Tuesday. Another great conversation. We started to look at the feedback that's been gathered at the community events. And, what are people wanting to see? It was interesting to see other committee members struggle, I feel like, with how you take in feedback and how it's one piece of a decision and how much feedback is enough, and is this viable? Were kids participating, and is that allowed? So just kind of getting into the weeds a little bit on that, but we're trying to get in more now of what is the vision, and what could we share out to the community moving forward, as well as a lot of work on the subcommittees related to river health and economic vitality. So again, lots of work going on with that committee and the subcommittees. And then attended Pride events with Councilmember Henderson. Pride breakfast and the celebration at the regional park was fantastic, and Vice Mayor was there too. Got some great rainbow outfits now to wear for future Pride events. And then also went over to the Roundhouse for the Maker Show on Sunday afternoon. Another great community event, getting people involved in lots of cool things that our community members do. And that's it.
Thank you all. Joined Vice Mayor Zabriskie at an old trestle meeting on West River Street, and also had the honor of welcoming Katie Hawkins, who works with the Outdoor Alliance, which is a group of it's a national advocacy organization that includes organizations like American Whitewater, the Access Fund, Winter Wildlands Alliance, and a number of others happened to have their board meeting here in Truckee. There were a number of elected officials, places like Teton County, as a couple of communities in Colorado, along with the Region 5 Forest Supervisor was there, and Representative Kevin Kiley's office gave some remarks, welcomed them all to Truckee, and had robust discussions about outdoor recreation infrastructure in and around our community and throughout the state of California. And it was a great event. And that is also all I have to report, other than some Pride events as well, which were all really, really well done out there in our community. So, and yes, graduation was also successful, and we wish them all the best in their next endeavors. With that, we are adjourned to closed session. Thank you very much.